We don't, yeah, well, we don't, yeah, we'll jump in.
We don't have to do the pledge, I guess.
No, we'll do the pledge, yeah, the 4:30. This is our budget review discussions for fiscal year '26. Thank you to the vast audience that has shown up. Thank you to the faithful for being here and for these lively sessions. Just a reminder to all the department heads and elected officials, the CIP projects will be discussed at a later date, but not during the budget hearing since they don't affect the tax levies currently, but they will affect the FY '27 budgets and the debt service levies then. So for this budget hearings, we won't discuss CIPs, but we will, as we go through the budget, we will discuss improvement requests during the budget hearings like we normally do. So just FYI, so everyone's aware of that. With that, I'll turn it over to our auditor for her remarks to start off.
Okay, thank you. I'm firing up a screenshot here, and I have a document for you to receive. If you'd like to take one and pass it down.
All right. Motion to receive.
Move it.
All right, motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All in favor, say nay. Motion passes 5-0.
So for the new board members, I wanted to kind of present some information about our fiscal year '25, which would be last year's levy. So last year, we had for the incorporated levy, which would be within the cities, 7.11118 was our levy, and the levy dollars received was 40,085,147. For the rural areas, we add the rural basic fund to that, which was 9.52408. And as you all know, it's always been the board's goal to try to keep those levies constant and not increase those, and I'm sure that's still the desire. Within the incorporated areas, we only basically have 4 funds that create the levy for the county. The general fund, which is Fund 1, you'll see it in some of your documents. The general supplemental fund is Fund 2. The debt service is Fund 2000, which affects the city tax rates. And in the unincorporated, we add the rural services, or the rural basic fund. The 2 funds that House File 718 affect are the general fund, which is Fund 1, which limits our growth to 2.5%. And if it's anything above that, then there's different criteria of how much would be reduced in the amount of funds that we can use for the county. And in the unincorporated areas, the rural basic fund, which is Fund 11. So when you're looking through these budgets, I've put a cover page on each of them that show the fund that's involved, so you can keep that in mind.
And is that 2.5% too for the rural basic
Yes.
fund? Okay, thank you.
So the next slide here shows the fiscal year '26 amounts. So according to fiscal year '26, our growth, not including our TIF, for the incorporated areas was 1.64%. So what that means is we are not limited on the maximum dollars that we can use. The highlighted portion here, and this would be the general basic, which is that Fund 1 that I mentioned, is we can still use the same levy rate of 3.8172 that we had last year, and we can use the amount of $21,615,700 in the general basic fund. Now this lower portion here is your general or your rural basic fund, and you can see our growth in the unincorporated areas was 4.38%, so we exceeded the 2.5%. Our limitation percentage is here. They've limited us to 2%, which means that we can use the levy rate of 2.36559 for our Fund 11 or our rural basic, which is less than our from last year. The maximum dollars that we can use in that area, which means the maximum amount that we can have in our budget, is $3,827,629 from the tax revenue. And again, I'm going back up here to show you the rural basic last year was 2.4129, and I guess that's up here as well, 2.4129. And this year, we will be held to 2.36559. Now, I haven't had a chance to enter all of the data in the Department of Management to see where we're at. I'm hoping to have that for you next week, because that's going to be an important piece of the puzzle to figure out if we need to cut, if we have other sources that we can make transfers to get the
Right.
budgets that we need to have for all the departments. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you, Michelle, for that. House File 718 is going to be an interesting, it's an interesting factor here these next 2 years. All right. Well, with that, let's begin our budget review. First up is Veterans Affairs. So come on down.
All right, so as you guys see that we just did the normal cost of living increase. This year we didn't do a whole lot change to ours simply because we've managed our budget pretty well over the last year, unlike the last two where we had some bigger funeral expenses and whatnot. So we kind of left it where it is due to the fact that it's kind of evening out within the last 2 years. So the big one that we added was the administration fund that we had just done the grants that we got. And so the 3,000 for the education part, we added that because that's coming from the state. So basically what we will do is that's for, due to the fact that we have to attend nationals now, it's not an option. State doesn't do CEUs anymore. That 3,000 is to help us with travel. So we will pay for it out of our travel expenses. And then the state will refund us that 3,000 to help offset that cost. So that, we're hoping, continues. They're trying it out this year to see if that helps us with the cost for some of those counties. Other than that, the other ones are just increased, like I said, by the cost of living, that 3% we went off of. The other one is the outreach. We left that as is because we're doing the same amount of outreach events this year as we did last year, so we left that one as is. Everything's kind of holding steady on where we projected it possibly could be, so. The one that we did question for Michelle is the new one that we put, that 28,913. The grants that we're getting, is that going to carry over each year, or is that gonna, we would like that to carry over each year due to the fact that it's those grants?
Which one are you
That,
referring
the
to?
$15,000 one that we get, that grant money that we
Okay.
get put in.
So the first item here is just your 3,200. So
Yes.
this first budget, which the revenue was only the training, I believe, for that
Yes,
one, and the other
yes.
one's going to be one of the
Yeah,
next
okay.
couple.
Okay.
I see, Lonnie, on stationary forms, it's going down by, wait, make sure I'm reading this right. It's
The
going-
daily,
it's
yeah,
go-
the daily operational and office supplies,
Yeah, it's going to about like 10,000?
yes.
Yeah, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was for all of our pamphlets and everything that we did for all of our outreach events, the brochures that we have for the office that we send out to nursing homes, the assisted livings, and to the guard bases to let people know what we offer in ours.
Okay,
So that's more of the office
gotcha, okay.
end of it. Plus business cards, but we're also looking at doing a different business card so that it's more of a QR code, so that might possibly be, if we find that, that'll be cheaper on that end
Right.
we won't have to use as many business cards.
Yep, makes sense.
On the department head, I think we had approved a raise earlier. in the year anyway, or not?
You mean the improvement request?
No, just on
The 3%, you mean?
the 7%.
Yeah, the 7% included the 3%.
Yeah, that's why, yep.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
I remembered, I was trying to
Oh,
remember
it's
the,
right. Correct.
Yes,
I know
yeah,
what
that
you're
was
saying.
included in that 7%.
yeah, I was trying to remember how we did that, but yep.
Yeah, I'm not getting an additional 3%
No,
on
no,
top of it.
I knew it was all there. I was just trying to remember how we had structured that.
Yeah,
but
it
now-
was 4% increase with the 3% cost of living.
Yep, yep.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Well, I would move to receive.
I'll second.
Motion by Nelson, seconded by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes 5-0. With that, we need to discuss go ahead.
So in that budget, just to make it clear, that does have the improvement request for the request that was presented last week. So for clarity of the minutes and tracking down personnel, can we have a separate motion?
Right, yes.
So that we can keep that
Right. I
clear?
was gonna do that
Yeah,
next,
that was under the 11,900.
Okay. So on here for the improvement requests, as everyone has that, Lonnie, you have two improvement requests, clerk 3, grade 5, step 4 to grade 6, step 4. And then another clerk 3, grade 5, step 5 to grade 6, step 5. Both are wage plan employees. Total financial impact is $10,062,
Yes.
roughly. Okay. That would be the improvement request you're asking for, and that's for your two full-time employees
Yes,
within
that is
the
for Lisa and
office.
Lisa Robinson and Sasha Downs.
Okay.
And that would be in addition to the 3% raise.
Yes,
And that is included in the figures in this budget. If you look at, there's an improvement request line that shows both of those amounts embedded within this budget, the one that was just received.
Michelle, if we don't approve of the improvement request today, we've got time to add it later. Or if we add it today, we have time to remove it later.
Yes, you've received the budget, but you can still reduce the budget because you haven't approved that yet. So we can still lower later.
Because that's my concern on all the CIPs until we kind of know where,
you don't want to
Where
approve the
we're
budget
sitting
and
at,
then
yeah,
have that
yeah.
line item, yes.
yeah, that's kind of where, so you're just kind of lucky the draw that you're, first. But in a normal year, we would, we'd have this by now. And so we'll probably have it next week, you thought, or something, or?
As far as the figures?
Yeah.
Well, I'm still waiting on some figures for some union negotiations,
yeah,
so we don't
yeah.
even know what to calculate on those yet. So until those are in, I think we're not gonna have anything firm.
Yeah. And that's
Yeah,
what
and our
makes,
two positions are non-union, so.
yeah, their wage plan, yeah. And that's what makes this process even more fun.
So, excuse me. Well, if we add them, we can still take them out later. We can reduce because it's already built in.
Yes, right now you're receiving the budget,
Budget.
just the budget. You're not doing anything with the staffing.
Right.
So the budget numbers are in there,
Yeah.
but you haven't approved
Approved.
to change the personnel.
Okay. All right. So we need.
So we're approving a total number that's going to be different than what's on paper here? You're saying we would need to then approve the improvement request?
Yes, this is purely, you're receiving the budget in the motion that you just made. And we did include the improvement request amount within the budget. So you're approving the amount, but we still need to have a clear motion that says that you've approved to change those clerks' status in payroll.
Well, my only comment to that is then we haven't really approved the amount
Right.
technically, so. Right.
Right. So we need to decide. Right? Do we want to approve that?
Right, and you're receiving this budget and we can always reduce the budget up until, and when we publish our posting on March 15th, when we send our notice out, that's the maximum asking.
Right.
We can still lower those budgets up until we adopt the budget, which is due by March 30th, and we have to publish that 10 to 20 days prior to that. So mid-March or mid-April is when we need to have our final amounts.
So looking at the improvement request here, if we move those two clerks, it would be an additional $5,031.55. That would be in addition to their increase of $11,915 as presented here.
No, where are you seeing the 11,000? We're in page 3 of 6.
Yep. Down at the bottom, total expense, increase, decrease, $11,915.
Oh, expense, okay, I was looking at the total, 11,000. No, if you look at page 2 of 6, there's an improvement request line, and that includes those two amounts in there, so it is included in that budget. It's towards the middle,
Oh,
right
okay.
here, if you look at your screen up here, and on here, it's,
Yep.
Lonnie, when was the last time?
Sasha, she moved over into that position due to her time in the county.
Okay.
So just so I'm clear, the date that we have to publish, according to the legislation, the maximum possible levy is by what date?
we have to have the data by March 5th.
Fifth.
We have
So
to
10 to,
publish by,
10 to 20 days prior to March 5th. So the 18th, I believe, would be the last meeting prior to that.
So, as I understand, looking at there, the two wage plan employees would get a 3% bump, but then they would also get another bump from going from to a step 4 and a step 5. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
They'll get the cost of living increase plus the increase.
I wonder if we shouldn't take out if we improve the clerk steps, we shouldn't take out the cost of living 3%. Because they're getting about a $5,000 bump each. And then if you get the cost of living, it's about a $6,500 bump each. And that's pretty significant for 1 year, is my thought. Have we already received this and approved?
Yes, you've received the budget.
But we've received it, we have to approve the actual improvement request.
Well, no, I'm saying is if we're going to approve the improvement request, should we go back and strike the 3% cost of living increase?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
In response to that, I'm not sure how we can, because if we need to have our maximum levy published by the conclusion of 2 weeks from now, that essentially means that we are publishing to the public all the improvement requests, unless there's something we definitely will not approve. So it really messes up the method we've been using all these years before the legislation, where we would add improvement requests at the end,
Right.
and still remain within the deadline for the certification. But now that we have this extra deadline, the quote, worst-case scenario is going to have to include all the improvement requests unless there's something that just absolutely won't fly.
And then we reduce it.
And we would need to know that within 2 weeks.
2 weeks, right. That
So
makes sense, so keep everything in, so we
Okay.
can,
I don't think we have a choice other than to
Right.
keep everything in, because
right,
if
Yeah.
we take some things out, then we have a meeting after that that we can't add to,
right,
so.
okay.
Okay.
We'll just we'll just receive the budget, Michelle, and then that's all, yep. Because the improvement requests are in there already. We'll just receive it and then make a determination later.
Right, and there's a potential that if we go over the maximum, we're gonna have to cut something.
Cut regardless, yeah.
Because we can only publish the maximum.
Right.
So basically, the amounts are already determined by the state of what we're gonna publish.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. With any other questions from the board regarding Veterans Affairs?
Well, we still have to have a motion to approve the CIP. Is that what you'd like, Michelle?
No.
The CIPs will not affect fiscal year '26. The CIPs will affect fiscal year '27, so there's no need to discuss those at this time because it's the principal and the interest that affects the budget, and we don't borrow till May, so the first principal and interest won't be owed until fiscal year '27. So the CIPs have already been approved and are already in the works of the borrow right now that will affect fiscal year '26, so that'll be a set amount that's been approved in the past.
I thought you wanted two motions, one for the budget and one for,
I was recommending for the improvement
Improvement
request,
request.
which is the staffing, because the staffing is what is embedded within the budgets. But if we just look at this, that you're receiving the budget as is, you're receiving the numbers right now as the maximum amount. You're not changing the status of the staff yet, but you're planning that if there's a potential that you may approve that, then you're budgeting for it that can be cut later when you decide to approve or deny those changes.
okay.
Yeah, at the beginning, Mark mentioned we'll address CIPs later
Okay.
after the budget season, yeah. We will address all that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, all right. Any other questions for Lonnie? All right, thank you, Lonnie.
Yep. There's the two more. So then the next one is
Yep.
gonna be the IDVA grants, the 10,000, we just included that. We get that every year, from the state to help offset costs of different things. That's not included in our budget from the county, but it is from the state.
Move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then the last one that we
All
have,
opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Kent, did you say aye?
I did. Sorry, I'm having a hard time talking with this dressing on my mouth.
Okay. All right, motion passes 5-0. Kent's on, if you don't know, Kent's on the line. He's at home. He had some surgery done today, so he's with us via phone. All right, go ahead, Lonnie.
okay, and then the last one is we did, the VA federal funds for the care of the gravesides. So we did that as a, grants that we were able to apply for to help do the offset cost of the headstones and the graves that we provide for the indigent veterans of the county. So that's what we added there. And that is not guaranteed every year. Those are grants that could be denied or could be approved to us.
That was my question, yeah, is that a renewable grant or?
And is this the one you were referring to, the
Yes.
carryover?
Yes.
So in this case, if you are anticipating receiving 15,000 and expending 15,000 of the grant, that would be a wash. However, if you receive the 15,000 and you don't expend it all, that will go back to the general fund. Your funds cannot have carryover
Okay.
that's directly related. Now, if you have funds that you received and didn't expend, then you would come to the board to ask for some other expenses maybe that you would want to spend, but they would still have to approve that.
Okay. But like I said, those are grants that we apply for once we help indigent veterans for Woodbury County. And that varies on what we receive for each veteran.
I move to receive.
Second.
All right, motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion passes 4-0.
All right,
All right.
you guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the county library.
Hi there, my name's Carol Nelson, I'm treasurer of the Woodbury County Library Board. We have another board member, Debbie Weaver, and Donna Chapman is our director. And we've not done this before because I think Dennis did it for us in the past, so we're kind of missing him today. But before we start, I just wanted to give you a brief highlight. I know a few of you are new. Our library covers 6 cities that participate in Woodbury County, but then all of rural Woodbury County, of course. Headquarters are Mobile. We have 4 branches and also provide services to Lawton that participates. Again, a couple highlights this past year. A couple of our staff took upon themselves and the board to become a Tier 1 accredited library by the State of Library. Iowa's Library Board, they have certain criteria. Before that, we were a Tier 0. So for the past 73 years, I guess, we've been a Tier 0. Becoming a Tier 1, we were doing most of the things. We had to just apply, do some paperwork, a fair bit of paperwork. The board had to start meeting 10 times a year instead of 4, so the board, and we have some extra training we need to do. So it was really a worthwhile thing to do, and it does allow us to get some grants and some other things from the state that we weren't previously allowed to do at a Tier 0. So this past year, our circulation was over 32,000, and that excludes all our summer programs. We did a number of children over the summer. We provided over 2,700 books to daycares across the county with our bookmobile. We're the only one that we know of in the state of Iowa, so we're pretty proud of that. Over 700 to Danbury, 2,600 to Lawton Bronson, 2,500 to Westwood, 4,300 to Woodbury Central, 896 to Anthon, and just under 200 to Pearson School. So that's some of what the bookmobile does. And this next year will be our 75th anniversary as a group, so way back when, we'd like to pull some history and maybe do some celebration with that. But anyway, just a little overview of this past year. So our next year budget, as you can see, we employ a full-time director. We have 2 full-time assistants. We have 5 part-time and 1 open currently position that we did budget for. Probably our biggest change year over year had to do with salaries. As you all know, wages have gone up. We had a retirement, we had to replace her, and that ended up creating kind of a ripple effect of one of our existing employees that had been with us quite some time and was paid less than our new hire. We also felt it was appropriate to give a little bit of a bigger bump to our director because of the efforts that were done this past year. We also suffered a death within our group, so kind of a tough year staffing-wise, but we've gotten through it. We also had a bump in our rent in Mobile. We have a 5-year lease with them, and just like everything else, costs have gone up and our rent went up with Mobile. So that was our main increases in the budget. As you know, our participating communities share in the expense. So, we pay for the employees and costs of utilities and things at those branches, and then they participate. So it's kind of a shared effort between the county board and our participating communities. So our total ask is $328,716. If I did my math right, it was an 8 to 9% up, again, most of it being salaries and the rent. So, again, I've not done this before, so Michelle, I don't know if there's particulars we need to go over in the budget, or you guys tell me.
Yeah, so the total ask is actually divided across the cities and the county's portion of that is $223,671 is the amount that the county would contribute.
So, Michelle, just a quick question then, if I'm looking at this correctly, the county portion, you said is 223,672 from the ask there, which is a decrease of 5% from what it was from last year?
So last year was unique because the board decided to cut the allocation 50%. So that affected all of the cities that paid into the library. And so the amount that they asked for was covered by their reserves.
Okay.
Which, quite honestly, we didn't even know existed, so that was something I think Dennis brought to you at the budget review last year, and then we decided to use some of those funds rather than asking for more, which made sense, I think, at the time, so.
How much was used of reserves last year, do you remember?
For the,
How much?
they actually paid in? for the town, for,
The county's portion was 93,608, and then all of the cities would have been cut proportionally because the whole entire amount cut in half affects every authority that pays into the library.
Yeah, and I don't remember how much of the reserve, do you have that handy?
I don't have it handy, how much reserves that they paid last year.
Yeah, or what the current reserve balance is,
Oh, I can look that up.
either one.
Wasn't it 100,000, I thought? Yeah, it was
I
like 100,000.
think it was over 100 if I remember
Yeah, it
right.
was over 100, yeah.
Yeah, if our portion was close to 100, then the cities would have been close to about 50,000 total. So then you'd be at like 150,000 you would have taken out of reserves.
And we have tried to remind them that that was kind of a special circumstance, as
Yep.
you stated, because, you
Yep.
know, all of a sudden it looks like it's a big increase, but we reserve, you know, use those reserve funds last year, so.
Right.
So the balance in that fund right now is 210,309.
Is there any recommendation of what you guys need to have in there? Or is there anything from state code or anything that's, or the,
there's, I think it's so much you have to have, so you can get by in 2 months' bills paying.
Okay.
But we also, use that money for the bookmobile when we need to purchase a new one, we take the money out of that
Okay.
funding.
Okay.
Again,
Plus,
this
plus
is-
our grants and whatever we
Gotcha.
get.
My first year doing this, and until last year when Dennis brought it up, didn't even know we had the reserve. I know, having served on Woodbury County Extension Board, we certainly had a reserve we wanted to carry over and not be more than that. And I don't know if there was ever anything established that we should have an established reserve, if that's in our bylaws, do you
Yeah, I
know?
think we need it.
We
Yeah,
do
we
have
should
it,
have that.
yeah.
Okay.
I know with the extension, I think we covered like 2 to 3 months, depending on, to make sure we had enough tax
Right.
dollars to cover payroll, but our payroll's not very large, so, obviously, you know, that's almost our whole budget year is what's in reserve right now, so. And I guess the other thing would be, we just got a bookmobile,
4 years ago,
For-
3 years ago.
you know, I guess the next, I think last time it was mentioned, the next time we need one, we could ask for a capital request rather than, you know, should have we been using the reserve for that or keeping as a reserve for the next new bookmobile, which should be a ways off, hopefully.
This ain't the best one.
Is that, what, 6 years old? Somewhere in there?
I
I
would say
think
5
it's
to
about
6.
4 or 5.
Okay.
But it's not like our other one, which was more like a mobile home. This one's more like a bread truck,
Sure.
but had to pay a lot more for it.
Okay.
And I think the ending total of that was like 200 and some thousand.
For the last one we bought,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the next large anticipated expense is approximately how much?
Well, the next large would be the next bookmobile, and I
Right.
don't, you know, hopefully this one lasts another 5 years.
Well, I hope so, yeah.
At least. You know, a 10-year life, you would hope, if it's about 5 years old. So we, you know, we've got some time for that. Again, our buildings, you know, we work with the community, you know, Mobiles is fairly new, and that's part of our rent lease to keep that upkeep with the city of Mobile and other branch locations. In fact, we're getting new carpet this week in Danbury, and that was donated. So,
What did the last bookmobile cost, do you know?
The one I'm driving now, I think over 200,000.
they're pretty customized. I don't know if you've ever seen it with all the shelving and actually, I think this one had to have a handicap,
Yep,
yeah, some special
handicap on the back end. So that-
accessibility. Yeah.
Is this in an interest-bearing fund? Because we're talking about 4 or 5 years of a couple 100,000 plus
that's a good point.
kind of sitting around with one anticipated expense.
yeah.
you know about as much as we know, because like I said, until last year, I didn't even know we had a reserve, so.
Yeah, I think 30,000 of the reserve was, somebody had given us a donation, a gift, monetary gift, so.
Treasurer Bertrand, do you know if the library is an interest-bearing account in itself, or is that pooled with other funds?
Team Bertrand, Woodbury County Treasurer. We do not have a distinctly separate library account that we are aware of, so it would be part of the general basic accounts. I suppose we could have one if anybody wanted it.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I don't know that. Dennis was always gonna explain this to me, and unfortunately, I didn't get with him soon enough, with how that worked, or, again, should there be some guidelines? Perhaps we could work together, develop something
Probably so, yeah.
and decide that, so. We're planning to spend some funds for our 75th anniversary, but that probably will be this summer yet with some of this fiscal year, and not big funds, but just to kind of promote our services and the fact that we're 75 years old, so.
Well, it seemed to make sense to, I agree with you, Matthew, put that money in an interest-bearing account, let that potentially be ready for the next future capital purchases instead of borrowing against it, if it can cover it, and instead of reducing our allocation. Yeah,
By the same token, I think we should bookmark this, because if we are limited by the legislature's max, this is a fund that has almost 100% reserve of the county's budget proportion, which is very large.
Right.
And it's probably gone up since we used the allocation last budget year.
That I don't know.
If we cut half, and it was 150-ish thousand,
Yeah.
then you would have probably added to that, and this is, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know
Well, I
any
actually
other.
showed that this year, we had to do some wage adjustments mid-year, that, we will use all of the total budget that we had, it just was some was funded with the reserve.
Right.
So
Right.
I don't know that it should increase, and maybe that's just at the points it's at right now,
Increase the,
reserve balance.
Reserve balance.
no, it would reduce the reserve balance because they're having to expend that other half out of the reserves of their own fund, so they will have less in their reserves. It would be, so the county pays for this library out of the rural basic Fund 11. So yes, you are right, this is one where we're limited in the amount that we can budget.
So do you know if the funds have moved out of that reserve that were put towards the budget last year, or are they
Yes,
still in there?
that,
I
that transfer was made for
Okay.
last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what Matthew was saying is that their reserve level is almost 100% of what the county's portion would be. And I think what we're remembering is that last year, they were at a 80 or 90% level, but that would have been of their total budget. So they would have had like 315,000 in there, and they've used that down, which has gotten them down to like this 200 some. So we're it's a little bit of a apples to oranges comparison, but he's right. I mean, you're at what, that's gotta be 90+% of what the county's loan portion would be as far as what's in reserves.
Right.
So yeah, I think, I agree with you. I think you earmark it if we need a little room, we've got a little wiggle room here,
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
As it stands today, we could just accept it as is, and
Right.
then if we gotta do something later, we gotta do
Right.
something later.
I agree.
And I know it was a problem, I think, last year when we did reduce it halfway, because now they kind of getting the whole shebang this year, and they're all looking at it, why did it raise so much?
The communities,
Yeah,
they've
the
got
towns.
the preliminary letter, because they've got to put it in their budget, and they're like, wow, it went up from, doubled from last year. Well, yeah, because we cut it in half last year, so, it has made, I guess we should have probably been more clear last year that it was a one-time only kind of gift.
Yeah, I think
We had
we
these
did.
funds, unless we want to use some of them and reduce it some this year to help them out year over year. I'm not telling you to not pull anything out of the reserve.
But I know Lawton is gonna be upset when they see the bill, because they'll think they could buy a fire truck with what they're paying in, pretty much. And I've had Mobile already request it, and I kind of sent a note that just said, remember, we paid half last year, and this is like a 3/4 jump.
Right.
So, if the reserve balance is that high, to use some of it to fund this maybe isn't a bad idea. Again, this is all kind of new to us, and we probably should have a little more formality around what should be there, and/or if we're going to earmark it as capital, to make sure it is separated and not used in general funds, right, to your point, Matt? So,
Hey, Chairman, I got a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Does the public library, do they create an income with fees, notary, or creating passports? Is there any money coming in from those items?
so they're asking if we have any income from fees. Very minor. We typically, if someone's late,
We waive the fees, yeah.
if they destroy a book, we might charge them to replace it, and then we try to get it replaced. That was brought up at one of our
Right.
meetings. We do have a Friends of the Library group that helps fund our summer programs. It's like they provide donations, but that's kind of outside this. That group does that on their own. So really not, there is, of course, the town's participation comes into the county, right, and helps pay for, the services that they get there, so.
I think for the moment, I think we leave it and not reduce the allocation and take savings out and see.
And back on a separate account, this is kind of what I'm thinking, Tina, and I don't even know if this is possible, but I agree that there probably and I know it's accruing interest in our general account, but it's not being left to them. So I almost wonder if we should have an account for the reserves, but I also wonder if we have people giving donations to the library, that there should be a separate account for that, because I don't think it's fair that if people are giving donations to go above and beyond what they're providing, that we take that to offset taxes. I think that should be kind of a separate deal. So your thoughts on those?
Okay, Tina Bertrand again. So there are some things that by code we are required to segregate, and some things that we are not. So the board can always establish that if they wanted to. I'm not as intimately involved with the flow of how the money comes into the county for the libraries. In terms of, we do collect some of it, it comes through apportioning when we're collecting it through the, are they part of the tax levy to the?
The funding for the library comes from 6 towns who we receive those payments from the cities in. If you, up here, this is 100% the funding source. So their budget is $328,716, and the split here is where those funds come from. Those 6 cities and then Woodbury. We provide the $223,671, so that's their entire budget.
Straight out of
Donations, we do not
that.
have budgeted in there. That would be something internal that they might be doing a project or doing something that's not running through this budget.
Okay, but going back to the cash flow portion of it, just to follow the money, okay? So Woodbury County takes their portion straight out of our general funds.
We take our portion out of the rural basic fund. There's a journal entry that moves the funds from rural basic to the library fund.
And the rural basic, we collect through taxes, right?
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Okay, so for the towns, so for Danbury, Lawton, Mobile, everybody else, they cut a check to the county. We receipt it into our regular account.
Into the library account.
Okay, but again, we're following the money. That money goes into our Security National. I'm standing on my tiptoes here. I gotta pull this down, sorry. We actually deposit that money into our Security National bank account. And then when we pay bills for the library, because we pay bills for the library pays their own bills.
No, they submit their claims to us and we pay those
And then
out
we
of
pay
that
those,
fund.
and then we pay those out of that. So basically, we've talked about this, a separate checking account that we pay our bills out of. And then we just kind of move it to cover everything. So they're kind of included with all the other overall county expenses that we process or claims that we process.
Included but excluded from board approval. Their board approves them.
But I'm just talking about the payment of them. When they get paid at the same time that our claims are being paid?
Yes.
And so that money moves through. So basically, the money comes out of the same account. So this again goes back and forth into how we have fund accounts. So from a fund perspective, when you're looking at some of your reports, you're gonna see everything posting to the library fund. But where the cash actually moves around, the cash is actually moving around through some of our general accounts that all of our money gets deposited into and then moved over when it gets paid out. If we want to set up a separate account, we can do so. I mean, that's not, but we would still have to do the same thing. We're gonna have to balance it. Their payments are gonna come out of that same checking account. We're gonna have to move that money out of that same out of another account to cover those costs being paid.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Does everybody understand that?
I'm tracking.
Yeah, I mean, it's the pooled cash aspect of it is what you would do is moving that interest into the fund. So the fund cash would always be reflective of what you're desiring if there's interest to be accrued.
Again, we do have pooled cash that lists our bank accounts. If we have a separate bank account for the library, their interest would go there, but we would have to move that cash out of that library bank account to the checking account that we actually pay our bills out of. I mean, so we would still have to do that.
Right.
And that is separate from the fund account that you actually look at to see how many funds are allocated to libraries. So when you make a journal entry out of rural basic into the library fund, right?
Yes.
So let's just say hypothetically to illustrate the point, we collect the money, we collect those funds through taxes, and at some point, we do a journal entry out of rural basic into the library fund, okay? And we do that for, let's just say $100,000. That $100,000 sits there. Every time they send in invoices or claims, we post against that. It lowers that $100,000 fund based on the expenses that they have. From there, again, that's just on the fund side. The cash moves a little bit differently. So that money, when we get the rural basic funds, when we apportion, okay, and we pull that into the county, that money gets deposited into a bank account. We take that money out of that bank account and we move it to the one that we pay our bills out of. So when we do that journal entry for the library fund, we're just talking about how we're allocating some of those funds, but that money sits in the same bank account. It all sits in one pooled bank account. Now, when it comes to donations, are you sending in the donations to the county? Okay, so we receipt those donations in. Again, they're going into that same bank account. Now, there's something that, we may want to certainly set up a separate bank account to track those funds so that they could be set aside for whatever.
Specifically for the library.
Specifically for the library. And if there's a donation that has a specific earmark, yep, thank you. Then we can designate that at that time, but at least it would be outside of general county funds.
So just, I guess for my clarification, so we don't need to, but if next year we needed a new bookmobile, those funds are sitting out here, aren't part of, let's say we're gonna spend this whole budget, and then on top of it, we need a $200,000 new bookmobile. I mean, I don't know how it happened last time. Do we have to come and requisition that we want to use those funds towards this capital? I don't even know how that works. Or would work.
I would assume that you should be included in the emails that we send out in October, November, when we're looking at capital projects for that next fiscal year, and that you would present to the board, just like the rest of the offices do. We have other, like WCICC, District Health, that have their own boards that still come to this board when they have a large project or a large expense that needs to be made. So, Karen, do you know if they're on that email list, the library?
I just was wondering how how it worked last time or how it would work next time. If we have those funds set aside and now we're ready to use them, how does that work? Because it's not really our normal operating budget, it's a capital request, right? So,
I think we can have those conversations.
Sure.
Later, and yeah, we can figure
Yep.
that out. We can work through that.
So
But-
then, so any money that comes into the library, even like what we call open access and inter-branch loan and everything that we get from the state should go into a different fund, shouldn't it, with the donation fund or whatever?
because we are
That is
eligible now,
library
especially with
money.
our tier one, with some special grants we can get for the library. So we maybe should set up a separate fund that's for this purpose.
We can look into it, but we're limited on the number of funds that we have. So we have projects that we could set up, like a project or something, but we can have a side conversation about that. So we can set up a project where within the fund, you have this money allocated towards this project, and these are the expenses that go towards it, so you can keep it separate in there. As far as the interest and everything like that, I think maybe we can set up some meeting down the road with just a few of us that can kind of hash that out.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I think we should, I know like for conservation, they get donations all the time, but they have the Conservation Foundation. So then that's where the money goes, and then they use that money to do projects on our various parks. But for here, I think that there should be a separate account for donations, just kind of like we have with the courthouse fund. People can give money here, and we would use it for the courthouse. To Donna's point on some of the communities that are worried about the drastic increase, you know, one thing that we could do today is we could take, say, 25% out of reserves for the city's portion, so it's like roughly 26,000, and that would reduce all those communities by 25% for this year. Maybe that would be a stair step up, and then the county, we can just kind of hold our end of the line currently. And then if we get further into budget time, if we need to cut that some more, we could, but that is one way we could help.
Right.
Because some of the cities are dealing with the same stuff we are with House File 718, so maybe that's one way we could kind of meet in the middle.
And it's easy to forget. I know we told them a year ago, they got two letters. The first one was higher, the second one was lower, but then
Right.
it's easy to forget that as you go to budget for the next year. And we were a little
We can.
behind this year
We'd have to do all the way
figuring
across.
new things out without Dennis, so I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Yeah, so I mean, if you decide a dollar amount that you want to cut, then we would apply that to the total
sure.
budget, and then that would parse it out across those cities in the county based on the percentages that are on this.
In fact, I think we had this conversation in reverse last year, where we didn't want to have to force the cities to do something with their rate, but we had to, so.
So yeah, we really can't help the cities out unless we take out of our own. So then I think we just approve it as it is, or,
That's what I'm
receive it as it is today and march forward.
Yep. I'll move to receive as is.
Second.
Motion by Benjer, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, next up is County Treasurer.
Good afternoon. Tina Bertrand, Woodbury County Treasurer. Just gonna kind of go through our budget. We have our stuff kind of broken up into two different, two major kind of funds or services or categories. One of them's the motor vehicle services one. So you have here basically pages 1 through 4, kind of 5. We'll go through the motor vehicle services. Large portion of our budget is obviously going to be employee staffing. That makes up probably about 95% of our budget. To look at the noticeable areas of increases, you'll see that stationery and forms is one of them. I have their budget for a flagpole for Anthem because it no longer exists, thanks to Mr. Nelson's assistance of putting it in a safe spot since it fell down. damaged by the wind. Going through there, we have some budget for what we call PEX books. That is actually a requirement for the DOT. It actually gives us all the information for our, all the states within the United States in terms of what some of their processes are, because it'll flow through when we have out-of-state titles coming into our into Iowa.
So Tina, on that general office items, that line item's increasing, is that just, I mean, I've seen years past, it was 6,200, 5,400 roughly.
For the stationary
Yeah,
forms and stuff
yeah.
like that.
Just,
One-
what is all that?
One of the big increases that I actually did last year is we were budgeting a lot of things in equipment that didn't qualify for the equipment expense.
Okay.
So last year I moved a bunch of that budget out of equipment and into or basically the general office kind of stationary, and that's because equipment has to have a threshold, and Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is $5,000 to be able to be considered a capital equipment pair. We have a lot of things in the office that are well under that. So we have barcode scanners, they run about $350. We do some document scanners that we have, they run anywhere from $1,000 to $2,300. So, I mean, they're large expenses, but they don't cross that threshold. So last year I made a move in our budget for that.
Gotcha, okay.
So that's why you see the 2,000, and then boom, you get
Yeah.
a big one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Is the old flagpole, is it still down there?
It's on the side of the building, yes.
Because if I was thinking about this, because you said something, I think last week about putting in a request, or maybe it was Friday, about getting a new flagpole there, which we need to do. But if my memory serves me correct, it was an aluminum pole that went inside of a steel pole that was in the ground. And I'm pretty sure it bent off right at the ground there. And so I'm pretty sure if I were to take my chop saw down there, I could probably chop off about the bottom 6 or 8 inches. And we could just slide it back in that tube and it would work.
Did you take out the portion that broke inside that tube?
No, it was all connected. It was just bent, from my recollection.
Okay, as I understand it, and I don't know.
And it's broke off in the tube.
Is that there's a sleeve in the ground and that it fits in the ground,
Sure.
and it broke.
I'll check it out.
It broke at the ground level, so there's a sleeve down in there's a piece of pipe
And it
in
might
the
be.
ground.
I can't remember how it.
And
I
then
thought it physically bent, and then I just lifted the whole thing out. But maybe it did break off in there. If it broke off in there, then that's obviously much more of a challenge. But I will look at it if you don't tell my wife that I'm doing a honey-do list for somebody else. So,
I'll
because she's got plenty for me to do at home. So
That's okay. It's going to be Randy's honey-do list, not
okay,
mine.
all right. I'll work with Randy. She's great. So
Yeah, I do have a budget to be able to get it replaced, because
Yep.
we do also
And we
want to
should.
make sure that it stays at a certain height and everything else. It's
Yeah.
okay. All right, other than that, I think postage is one of those things where they like to increase their rates mid-year without letting anybody know about it, so I have plugged a little bit there for that. The big thing on employee mileage, this year I am actually budgeting for mileage for employees to go to Anthem. It has just increasingly become a topic of conversation. If our staff member out there calls in sick and we can't get a hold of somebody to go there prior to coming to our office, we actually have to pay them mileage to go there. So I have a small budget, basically. I did it on 2 trips per month. I don't think that we would really need that kind of money, only because Randy does not call in sick that often. A lot of her time off has always been a scheduled time off, so I'm very, very thankful for that. Other than that, our budget, I mean, everything else has stayed within that 3 to 5%. Some of the other things for the maintenance contracts, those are just contract rates that we have. We don't have, that was something that we agreed to when we signed up. They're maintenance contracts for our photocopiers. So it's a per price, it's a per piece price. And those are based on what our current copies are. Any questions on that so far?
We need to receive the motor vehicle, correct? Right, all right,
Are we done through that? Are we done at that section? Yep,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Any Take a moment here. Any questions? Any? Yeah, it looks pretty consistent from prior years.
And this is, both of these budgets also have improvement requests, just for your information, and they are embedded within these amounts.
Okay. All right. If I hear no.
And the improvement requests are just for the clerks. Right?
Yes. And those are on page 2 for the motor vehicle side of it.
Never want to rush. All right, take a moment, review. Any questions? Okay. Okay. You good, Dave? Okay. All right. Matthew, any questions you have? Okay. All right, I'll move to receive.
Second?
Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion passes 5-0. All right.
Okay, the next section is the tax department. Now, this is where we actually talk about some of our revenue. This also includes our revenue for motor vehicle services. The thing that I want to point out is that, one, that these are net revenue, this is not gross revenue. I do have a breakdown if you want to see it. I have copies for you. So the gross revenue that we take in for between motor vehicle and DNR services, which are state level services that we provide in the office, about $35 million a year. Of that, we keep roughly $1 million. This year, for for FY26, we anticipate that to go up based on the increased fees. We'll actually see some of those fees start hitting this coming 6 months in the last part of FY25. I haven't reconciled January yet. That's when it was due, to see what kind of a increase we did have for the month of January. We closed out January yesterday, so now I can move forward on doing that. I will say I did make one mistake on my budget when I uploaded it. I actually uploaded the increase without actually adding what we normally get. So for the line item, it's on page 5, and it's the one that ends in 4220. I would anticipate increasing that by $26,280.
$26,000.
$280.
And that's on the 42200.
Yes, so it's the auto use tax fees.
26,000.
280.
280. And that is basically the part that goes, it's the fee for new registration, so it's the portion, we collect 5% that goes to the state. Do you want me to say that again, Mr. Nelson, that it was 5% is what we collect for those fees? He had to call and request confirmation for some other reason, I don't know why. Anyway.
I was right.
You were right.
I was right, yeah.
So it's 5% plus we receive an additional $10 for every transaction that we do. So historically, we collect about somewhere between that $20,000 to $25,000, and so that's why that amount needs to go up. Other than that, in terms of our revenue on motor vehicle services, the one thing that I do want to point out is on the DNR fees, which is near the bottom of page 5, which is 43904. I am projecting a decrease in fees, and the reason for that is this year, FY25, boat renewals are on a 3-year cycle, and that's this year. So we would anticipate those fees going down next year. So that was the purpose of that.
Can I add to the portions that I budgeted here?
Sure.
So if you'll see on the second page here, which is page 9, County Treasurer, on the top of your forms, we have the current net property tax, which is budgeted at that maximum amount that we looked at first thing on our meeting today of the 21.6 there. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is the last line in kind of in that section, commercial and industrial rollback. I know there was a lot of discussions with Dennis on this going away, and that is happening. So you'll see this year, there was a calculator where we could apply this to different funds, and the total we're getting revenue is 108,453, and I made a note in there that next year there will be no or next fiscal year, which will be fiscal year 27, there will be no replacement expected from the commercial and industrial rollback amounts. Just to bring that to your attention, we saw that coming for the last few years, and it's very close now.
Okay.
So you were on page 9 or page 6?
At the top of the form, if you have the version that I put the county treasurer page numbers, but you maybe,
Oh.
there were a few different versions. This was the last one I sent out.
Okay. So this is where you're talking about the tax revenue that you were talking about?
Yes, the net, the 10,000, and then the commercial and industrial 22,700.
Yeah.
The bottom of the page is 6 of 12.
6 of 12, yep. Yep, so these, and just some of the other, again, these are the net amounts that the county obviously keeps. You know, we collect about 188 million in property taxes, and a large portion of that actually goes out to our taxing authorities. I did make, in working with auditor staff on this, you know, we were kind of going through, I really appreciate the level of detail that she has, because I like that. I like things being in the right place sometimes. So we did make a little bit of some on our penalties and interest and some of our delinquent amounts. We actually shifted that budget to where we actually post it, where we actually collect it. So if you see that line item that's 11,000, where it went up by $130,000, but then another one went down by $75,000, that's some of that.
Okay.
It's just a reclassification of how it's where we actually post those dollars. The last item that I want to talk about is our interest on investments, and I do have some information that I would like to give to you gentlemen if I can. If you would like to see it. If we want to do it at another time, we can, but I think it's important for you to take a look at some of where we have on our investing and our banking.
We can do that right now. You guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll move to receive.
Second?
Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
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 All, motion passes 5-0.
The first group, these are gonna be your bank stuff.
Okay.
And some investment stuff. And these are some of our interest.
Thank you.
And I have a copy for each.
Okay, perfect.
Certified county supervisor?
So the first packet that I gave you gentlemen and
One for Ken.
the auditor is just kind of our accounts so that you can see what we have here. So we have about 31 bank accounts. The items in red are the ones that we don't necessarily reconcile. They are for some other departments. Obviously, the auditor, the treasurer, the auditor, we have some checking accounts that we utilize to do those fast, quick turnaround stuff that we need to do. So like when we have to do, when a sales tax certificate is redeemed and we cut the check to the investor, that's how we cut it through that account. So it's one of those things that actually are outside of claims, so that we have some of those things. The other items are actually sheriff department accounts that do not necessarily have to sit within Tyler. And then we have a CD for farmers drainage. The rest of them are the accounts that we do actually monitor and reconcile. The ones highlighted in orange or peach, those are ones that, those are the big ones that we actually move all of our money around. So the general account is the one that you hear me talking about all the time. That general account, that's where most of our money gets deposited. You can see that we have a really good interest rate on that. The same thing with our master and Visa account. That's the one that most county departments actually have all of their credit card payments, online payments, and everything else go to. That's where the lion's share of our money actually sits, and so those are the ones that have the best interest rates. Some of these other accounts are set up for different specific reasons and needs for the departments, and we do move money around out of those accounts to pay for claims because, again, District Health, they may have an account that they deposit their money into. They have their own credit card system, but we move money out of that to cover their costs for that department. The next pages behind that one is just kind of shows you our investments, what we have, what kind of funds, how they're being invested, and the funds that are associated with that. A lot of these are restricted funds, so like the opioid funds, conservation funds, those are things that are by code, have to have items that, where their interest has to go to them direct, so when we invest them separately. And then the other pages are just a kind of different look at how you might want to see it, because some is, by fund, by type, by investment type. Everyone likes to just look at them a little bit differently. And then my investment liquidity one is one that we have the CDs and any T-bills that we invest in. They're not very liquid. They're things that we don't cash out. We wait until the maturity dates before we roll them out. But we do have some money market accounts and daily accounts that are very liquid, so we can move money around as quick, within a 24-hour period if we need to access. We set things up in some of these money market accounts and daily accounts because they are much higher rates. Okay, and those are listed on your front page. You'll see some of those higher rates on the front page, that first spreadsheet that I showed you. So you can kind of see what we have invested. And we work, in the past, we have worked a lot with Dennis in terms of making sure that these are reserve funds that we can still invest for longer periods. So those kind of ongoing conversations. The next group of paperwork is our interest rate history. That first page, that is basically from the Fed rates. What you can see there, that's this one right here. What you can see here is I laid out going back to 2021, which is when I was first appointed, and just kind of went through the interest rates, where the Fed rates were. You can kind of see where our bank rates were at the time and how they came up. And so you can just kind of see, even though the Fed was actually increasing rates, our banks were not necessarily increasing rates at the same pace that the Fed was. They did eventually get there. And then you can see that in the items highlighted in red, that was when we were starting to receive some really good interest rates, and that's when Security National was able to take our two main accounts and kind of push those two accounts up. And so they've been a really good partner with us on that and have maintained that. The next page is just kind of the interest projections, and you can see here for FY26, just the projections that we had. You can see I put on the far right-hand side when I was doing budget prep and where the interest rate were at the time. So some of this requires some projection in terms of where we're going to be. And we did in December because there was a lot of talk about having interest rates coming down. December rates did decrease, but they have right now. It's anticipated that they're going to hold for a little while and that there's only going to be 3 decreases in 2025. Now, of course, we're projecting for FY26, so I still get 6 months out there that it could all change, right? So these are just kind of good estimates. Again, showing that at this point, I'm trying to show if the Fed rate is at a certain levels, how that actually impacts our bank rates. Again, interest rates for savings accounts and things like that are a lot like gas. When oil prices go up, rates, the cost of gas goes up, but when oil prices come down, the cost of gas doesn't come down as quickly. Interest is the opposite of that. When the Fed rate goes up, they don't go up so fast, but when it comes down, it drops with them. So when the Fed rates drop, our interest rates drop. The next page is just the projections and how I came up with the $933,000 that I've put in the budget. So you can see I added just a little bit because I like round numbers versus, odd numbers ending in cents and pennies. So that's basically how I came up with that information with some of those projections. We can look at it and maybe adjust some of those interest rates, but I don't think that we'd be able to adjust it any more than maybe getting another $100,000 out of it. And the other thing to keep in mind, and I guess it's something that I'm actually presenting in this paperwork, is there are some of those funds that we get where we have interests that are not general basic. So what we budget for is the general basic. We don't budget for, so when E911 has $1 million, the interest for E911 goes to them. You know, same thing with the opioids, that interest goes there. So I segregate those accounts. Those are some of those that when I see on my sheet, I say other fund interests and other department interests. That's what those are. Those are for the items that we have to kind of keep separate. Any questions on that?
Very good stuff, thank you.
Yeah, very good.
It's a lot of information to come at you, so take it home tonight, sleep, read it if you can't go to sleep. Might help. I think other than that, that was really the last big thing that I had on my budget that had any kind of significant topics to identify. I think if I look through it, I guess the last one I have is typing, printing, and binding, which you'll see increase substantially. That is, again, this is one of the kind of reallocating how we spend our money. Those are for costs for the delinquent notices that we actually mail out. We mail them twice a year, once in November, once in May. We have actually been covering those costs in our postage for motor vehicles. So I think really should be reallocated to the department that's actually issuing them. So that's the big increase there. And I did just plug it into an account that I didn't have a postage account, and would be happy to work with the auditor's department on setting up a new account if I need to.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
So you projected how much more in fees when we were talking about at the meeting last week? I think you had that your conservative estimate. There was another estimate from the state. Is that reflected in this budget or not?
The conservative estimate is, if you would like to see some of that paperwork, I have that too, if you want
Yeah,
to receive it in.
would receive.
Second. Motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
So the estimate, as you can see, if you all have one, and yep, there is one for Michelle. I picked up the major categories, which is title and registration. Some of it we have to look at. It's hard to look at by transaction, so we have to look at it by revenue. The titles we can actually look at by transaction and how many titles we actually process. So you can see we do about 32,000 titles. With an additional $10, that would be $326,000. That's if we hold those numbers. If you look at it from a revenue perspective, you can see where I have the revenue. So I have title revenue, I have fee for new registration revenue, and I have SI, which is security interest revenue. Those are the three areas that we saw the increase. If you look over in that line item, that's kind of the middle below your blue lines there. We were receiving $2.50 for titles. We were receiving 70 cents for a fee for registration, and we were receiving $6 for, and I have that marked wrong, but we're receiving $6 for every lien that we put on a title. So if we just take those informations and you add $10, because we get $10 for every one of those now, and we add them up, you can see that I added the additional amount to the left of that. So I have $100,000 that we can add for security interest. If you take that with the 362, if you take the 376, which would be the title, 150 for fee for registration, and the 10,000, an additional $100,000 for, because it's actually $10 times the number of liens we do. So again, this is the difficult part. It's the number, some of it is the number of transactions, but it's being able to capture the number of transactions that is a challenge for us. So that's how we anticipated the 101,000. So we come up with 628. The DOT had 614. And that's if we hit everything exactly the way we did in FY24. Again, with this any county titling, there's going to be some movement within our communities. We have the contiguous county right now. We're basically a net push on that. We don't, for every one Woodbury County resident that goes outside of Woodbury County, we get one from a neighboring county. We're in an area that we don't anticipate that we're going to see a lot of movement, but we don't know. We won't know fully until we start seeing it. The biggest concern we would have with that would be Woodhouse, who's here located in Sioux City. Their corporate office is down in Omaha, Nebraska. So it's very possible that they could send everything right over to Pottawatomie County in Council Bluffs, right across the river. It's closer for them. There's going to be some nuances if their customers have to make some changes or if there's any kind of issues with their paperwork because their customers are going to have to come from Woodbury. They're going to have to drive the hour and a half down. So we don't anticipate that a lot of that's actually going to happen at this point. We do believe that from a statewide perspective, I think I said this the last time, Polk County is probably going to be the one that's going to see a lot of movement because all the counties around them, you got Johnson County, Story County, Dallas County, they're all within 45 minutes. So they're going to see a much bigger push and flow, depending on where people live and where people work. So, we could look at that in terms of increasing revenue, projected revenue, if we wanted to.
Right.
And there is a lot of detail in trying to get those numbers.
All right. Any further discussion? You have anything?
I was just
And
So the increase, I'm sorry, so the increase to your budget was 496,861. Is that right? Is that right?
you on page 15?
Yeah,
Page 15 of my budget.
but that would include an additional 372,000 of revenue, so then the actual increase was closer to 870,000, is that
Are you on page
12?
12?
The total function 9020 is going to be the increase in the tax portion of the budget that is on the table right now. That total is across both departments.
Yeah, see, our revenue is in the tax section of our budget. So some of that increase is related to property tax increase that you're seeing on the net.
Okay. All right. There are no other questions?
So this total is for this one and for motor vehicle?
The report total at the bottom is for the two together. The
Okay.
third line up from the bottom is for the tax, the total for the tax.
So many pages.
which is
Here's-
527,000. Is that the number that we're looking at?
Right.
The one I kind of highlighted on your screens here is what is for the tax 90/20 function.
But again, the tax 90/20 function has the motor vehicle services in there. Motor vehicle services revenue is a 90/20.
I guess I'm just trying to understand where the revenue went in as it relates to the total expenses. So what I'm saying is if the total is at 496, did your budget grow by 870? Or is the revenue not part of that? That's what I'm wanting to, because if we say we've increased, am I the only one that's crazy here? If we increase the revenue 372,000, that should have taken away, but we're looking to increase the budget 500,000, so then, see what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah, I noticed some inconsistencies in the totals here where it's showing it a positive, whether it's an increase in the revenue or an increase in an expense.
Oh,
So
okay.
it doesn't show it as a negative when it's an expense, so it is a little bit misleading. And I think
Okay.
in this case, we can look at the math of adding the two together, and I think that that is an increase in revenue overall. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you're looking for the totals, there's 4 lines. There's 2 total revenue lines and 2 total expense lines. If you're looking at the entire 2 budgets together.
Right.
I don't know that I have those lines on these
Okay.
sheets.
So if you go to County Treasurer, page 9.
Here it is,
Wait.
it's on the back
Oh,
here. There we
okay,
go.
okay.
Just gotta flip through all these pages. There we go. Which one's the revenue line, Michelle?
Okay, so for this fund, the total revenue for function 90/20, the tax function, is 24,388,153. It's on County Treasurer, page 10, if you look at the top of the page. That's your total revenue.
And if you look at the bottom of
And
the
then
page,
if you,
That's a different number than,
then your expense is going to be on page, County Treasurer, page 14, total expense line, which is 672,815. If you subtract those two numbers, you come up with the total revenue for that budget is 23.7 million. And then your general basic Fund 1 is the total of the 80/20 motor vehicle plus the 90/20 tax. So your total revenue across both of her departments, or functions as we call them, is 22.4 million in revenue. But this one that we haven't voted on or received yet is the 23.7 million total revenue is the net of the revenue less the expenses. And then she had mentioned to increase the auto use by 26,280. So if it's received, it'll be received to increase that line.
I guess we still don't have, I'm sorry if I'm just lost here. I'm just looking for like, what is the net between her revenue and the expenses? Do we know what that is in this budget?
Yes, the total function 9020 on county treasurer page 14. This is the net. I'm highlighting it on your screens right here. Your net is revenue of 23.7 million. That adds the revenue minus the expenses is that amount for that function of 9020.
Yeah, that's the revenue from the taxes, I guess. I was not wanting to get that intricate. I was more wanted to know like the extra revenue that she's gonna get from the fees compared to her regular budget. Because the way I see it is that like the budget grew by, even though we inserted all these additional revenues, but I guess what you're saying is that it doesn't take it away as a negative. It like adds to it.
Her revenue is 500 million more, or 500,000 more than it was last year.
Okay. Or four,
Right.
yeah,
With no
496.
changes.
Yeah, okay. That's all I need to know. I'm good. All square.
It's all good, man.
I just don't want someone saying, what the heck do you do that treasurer's office? What's she doing down there? She's
Right.
just write blank checks to everybody.
Right.
I'll move to receive.
No, those are positive numbers.
Yeah.
That's revenue, increased revenue.
Yes.
No, that's good. We're learning constantly. Yeah, good questions. All right.
I'll move to receive.
Plus the
With-
26,280.
Yes, correct. Yep.
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0, excuse me.
Thanks for this.
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
Excuse me. Next up is our county attorney.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. James Loomis, Woodbury County Attorney. Kathy Warner, Office Manager, here with me as well. Do you want to begin?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead, James. Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
County Attorney Administration Fund 0001. There is something that I wanted to address just right away with the board. If you go to that first page, there's the supervisory position within our office. That is actually the position of our office manager with the salary set at 76,703.92. Then it was, this year was 77,407.52, and then it's set to be increased by 3%. I'm actually asking the board to considerably increase that beyond the 3% as it's actually set. The reason for that is I want to bring that salary in line with what's commensurate for her experience and with what's commensurate for that position across the state of Iowa. So I wanted to give you some perspective of that to kind of bring it in line with what I see across the state. And I've got some figures that I just wanted to draw your attention to for your consideration for that. So I talked to Story County Attorney's Office. I would consider it a comparable sized office to the Woodbury County Attorney's Office. They've got 16 assistant county attorneys in their office. That office manager position has 16 steps within it. The low range is 76,702.20 with a high step 16 of $111,087.66. That individual that's within that position in the office right now is at step 9 with a salary of $93,459.14. In Lynn County is a little bigger in terms of staffing. They have 22 attorneys and 17 support staff there. The person manager within that particular office has been there for 10 years. That salary is $85,408. In Black Hawk County, another county that I would consider to be comparable to Woodbury County, That position also has a step range as well, ranging at the low end from $70,029.53 up to $94,539.87. That office consists of 15 assistant attorneys within that particular office. Currently, that person holding that position is early on. They're closer to the initial stages of the $70,029 versus the high end of that, of the $94,000. I also talked with Dallas County. Dallas County is a little bit smaller. Blackhawk County is Waterloo, Lynn County is Cedar Rapids, and Story County is Ames, or Nevada is the county seat. So Dallas County would be Adel, Waukee, a pretty big territory in terms of growth-wise, particularly with the Waukee area. That office has grown quite a bit here in the last probably 10 years or so. They've only have 9 attorneys within their office, but they have 10 support staff that are part of that office. That position has a salary of $91,416 for that particular position. So those are kind of some of the figures that I looked at when I was kind of looking at the budget and what I thought was commensurate for the position and commensurate with the experience. Ms. Warner has been with the office for as long as I have, so she's been in the office for over 20 years. She's been the office manager for over 20 years as well. She brings a considerable amount of institutional knowledge to our office. She handles a lot of, as you can imagine, just the support staff issues that come up, and supervising the support staff, as the title would indicate, but just generally making sure the flow of the office goes well, ensuring that things get done across the board. She does handle the billing and payment and those sorts of things that comes in. And just the day-to-day operation, she's a very good resource to have. Pretty much my right-hand person within the office and just offering the assistance there. So I am asking the board to consider something considerably more than the 3% as indicated here. In my kind of looking at it, I think the salary and commensurate would be in the 9 to 10% increase range instead of the 3%. I know that that's a significant increase, but I think that that's deserving for what the job entails, for what the experience level is here, and when you compare it to those other counties that I just mentioned. In my mind, I have some familiarity with those counties, particularly Story County. I interned in Story County. I'm aware of what that load is and what the work entails, and can appreciate and understand the other work in those other offices as well, particularly Blackhawk County and the Waterloo area. They would be, in my mind, considerable in terms of just the nature of what they deal with in terms of the forcible felony caseload that they have over there. And so, I'm asking for a 9 to 10% increase instead of the 3%. That would put us in the ballpark of, 9% would be $84,442.86. So I am asking for that consideration and would ask the board to consider that as an increase, again, to bring it in line, in my opinion, with what we see in the other counties and similar positions within those offices. If you've got any other questions about the other portion of that for the adult section, I'd be happy to answer those, but that's the one thing that I wanted to bring to your attention regarding the first part of the budget.
James, can you say that again? What was that total again you're requesting?
9% would be $84,442.86.
Okay.
I didn't calculate the 10%, but
Okay.
9 to 10% is, I think, what I'd be looking at.
Okay. Thank you.
Mostly in terms of everything else, pretty much in line. There aren't any tremendous increases. The one thing that did change, obviously, is there's no longer the parking. Because we moved out to the new LAC, there isn't that regarding the compensation for the attorney's portion of it. So the parking has gone down. For the most part, everything is pretty much in line. There isn't anything that's considerably higher. Just double checking here to make sure I've got that right. So But I think everything is either in line previously or under from what it was previously the year before.
So the first question, the answers, decide on that. This ask, this improvement request, change, one thing to decide about, talk about. How many vacancies do we have now, James?
We have four
Okay.
vacancies right now.
Okay.
With Drew starting again, February 17th, we'll be down to 4. I would tell you that we interviewed somebody yesterday. He's accepted a position, so I'm hopeful that that all comes through, so that would take us down to 3.
Okay, that's good to hear.
So that's where we are right now.
Okay.
So thank you for asking.
It's getting better.
That's good. That's good. Well, what's everyone's thoughts on this ask for this 9% increase? So that's a difference of 46.48 from what's proposed 25-26 budget to the 84,442, roughly.
Plus benefits.
Plus benefits, you're right, yeah. It's, not excluding benefits and FICA.
Well, versus 24, 25, it's an increase of 69, 72, 34,
Right.
plus benefits. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this budget is your staff,
Most of
Right.
it?
yeah,
Yes.
and their benefits, so there's really not too much to discuss other than the
Right.
potential wage increase on this supervisory position. I think some of the comparables that you had are really fair. Blackhawk County is one that, for a lot of our staff, I like to use as a comparison, because I think their cost of living is kind of the same. Story County's, a lot more expensive. Lynn County is. Everybody wants to be a cyclone, so they want to live in
Well,
Story
you know
County. I
Story
mean,
County
that's-
well, Mr. Nelson, as do I, and you're
Yeah.
right about that.
And so, to get commiserate, Blackhawk County was 85,000, is that, if I remember from my chicken scratches here?
Blackhawk County had her step range of 70,029 to 94,539.
Oh, okay.
Was their range from the low end to the high end. I did not inquire as to where their individual or where that person was currently slotted, but that was their range based on,
Was 70 to 94.
yes.
Yeah, Lynn was at 85.
Lynn was
Lynn was
okay, yep.
85,000.
Yeah, Story was
Yep.
at 93.
Yeah, everyone does.
Did you have a comment, Dave?
Well, my only comment was just looking at the parking fees. I mean, obviously it can be absorbed by the offset of that, but
That's true.
Excuse me, Michelle, according to our figures, do we yet have a total dollar amount on improvement requests thus far?
So far, including the ones that have not come before us?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
I need better eyes, I can't see that.
if my understanding is correctly, we're just looking at it to increase that, maybe up to the 9 or 10% to approve it and accept it as this. But if we accept it at the 3%, we can't ever raise it, but we can lower it if we saw fit. Is that true, or?
That's correct.
Correct.
Well, it's true overall, like for the total asking. We can shift around things, find revenue sources, use gaming, use reserves.
Yeah, so I think I'd be in favor of just receiving with the 9%, or the 84,442.86. And then we can re-examine that at a later time.
Sure. Right, because we can always reduce. Yeah.
Is that a motion?
I didn't know if you were pulling something up over there, so
I
I didn't want
don't
to
have
interrupt
a
anything that you
total,
do.
so
Okay.
I'll have to,
You're good.
I can get you one, but I don't have easily in the
So then-
spreadsheet here.
I would move to receive with the change to 10,004 in the amount of $84,442.86
And the benefits.
and the benefits.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
I think the next one is county attorney collections.
Right.
I'm not sure that there's anything real earth-shattering here. Everything is fairly consistent. Mary's doing an awesome job. Continue to receive those delinquent payments. We did replace our clerk position within the office to help Mary. She started, help me Kathy,
She's working out
November
really well.
or December, I can't remember. December. So she started, she's learning well, and I think really assisting Mary with that. So we should be in good shape there in terms of continuing to maintain the line on revenue for that. I would be optimistic that that would continue to increase with the clerk 2 position and bringing some consistency. We had a hard time filling that position. We went through a couple different people and had it open for a period of time. But I think she's bringing some good consistency, and I'm optimistic that we can keep moving forward with the program as is and keep bringing in that revenue. But if anyone's got any questions, I don't think there's too much there, like I said, but.
Right. Any questions?
Move to receive.
Second. Motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
So then the next one's the county juvenile division. No real changes to that particular budget request as well. Everything is either equal to or less, just a little bit more on mileage, just to give some explanation there. We have an attorney who's in our juvenile division who has a lot of expertise and is well respected across the state. He was asked to help with some training across the state with new attorneys in the office, and so they had requested his assistance in some of that training, and so we've got a little more mileage paid out than we normally do because of that, and so he's been driving around the state. I think there were 4 different training sessions that he did across the state, and so well-respected and well-deserved honor on his part to be asked to do that. So there's a little bit of an increase in that on the juvenile side, but for the most part, I think everything else is pretty much in line there.
Okay. Any questions? All right.
This is on juveniles, right?
Correct. Page 11,
Yeah,
12,
7 and 8.
7, 8, yeah. Yes, sir, yeah.
I move to receive.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Motion passes 5-0.
Jury and witness fees, next section. Not a lot different there. Everything seems pretty much in line. Kathy and I were talking this morning, or Ms. Warner and I were talking this morning. When we bring in an expert witness, particularly the pathologist from the state of Iowa, we've usually been billed that. There was a change in the law so that the state's going to start reimbursing us for those pathologist fees, their witness fee when they come in. So we're following up on that. So that should actually be lowered, and will be less than is set forth here. We just don't know what that amount is. You know, typically those cases are my homicide cases or our homicide cases. When we've got that, the pathologist comes, they bill us for their mileage and their time. But with the law change, we're working on getting those reimbursements back. I don't know how far back we can go in terms of last year, the year before. I would think that there's probably a cutoff point, but definitely as it relates to what I've got coming up this year and the different homicide trials I basically have scheduled every month for the foreseeable future, we're looking to get some of those witness fees back from them. And so those generally run, you know, around $1,200 or so for the pathologist to come and testify. So some of that will be coming back.
Okay.
That would be the only difference probably in what you see there.
And that's just for trial prep and trial and driving in depots. So we can start getting reimbursed for the depots too.
All right, any questions from the board? Okay, I'll move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Bettinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
So the next one then is the forfeiture. As you can see, we've dropped considerably in terms of the total revenue of forfeiture. That's just a function of not having a person to do that for this year or last year either. So, you know, hopefully my intention is that when we get more closely fully staffed, that we can bring that back in line. So forfeitures, what forfeitures are is essentially when criminals commit their crimes, they benefit from that. The law enforcement agencies that seize those monies, those funds, that becomes part of a forfeiture hearing, and then that money gets divided up between the agencies involved. So it goes to the seizing agency, it goes to the county attorney's office that's involved. Those monies then get used for, and the state gets a portion of that too. Those funds then go towards law enforcement uses that we can use. You know, for instance, what comes to mind for me is, you know, there's been a request from the Sioux City Police Department to have AI technology used to read cell phone data, particularly pornography, and having an AI read through that versus a person having to manually go through and look at images. The AI technology allows it to run itself through. They can flag what appears to be material that no one is supposed to possess. So those are the kinds of things that we would use forfeiture money for. Like I said, my intention is that hopefully we can get back on track with those. Like I said, we had a considerable drop off, but that's kind of where that division is right now. Not a lot changing within that position, though.
All right, any questions from the board?
Move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
I think the next one is just kind of a compilation of the others, the fine and the forfeiture. Did anyone have any questions on that one?
Any questions?
Move to receive.
Second.
All right. Motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Next up, is County Sheriff.
Good evening, or good afternoon, I guess. It's not evening yet, huh? Got my contingency of helpers here. I'm assuming this budget year is not as easy as it's been in years past with the passing of Dennis. I think we all miss him, that's for darn sure. But how do you want me to proceed?
You can go ahead, Chad, start off. Uniform Patrol, go ahead. Do you want to just, any comments or if there's anything for that first, from General Basic Uniform Patrol?
some of the change, there, you'll see the increase. That change is we've added 3 deputies into this category. Over the years, in the 4 years that I've been here, I've tried to each year accurately reflect where our staff is at in the different areas. And so there's 3 deputies in this category that weren't in there last year. Michelle, if I misspeak or anything, please don't hesitate to correct me. So other than that, really,
Yeah.
nothing.
My question I have is for overtime. I know in some of the budgets, the overtime's increasing by, $21,000 to $24,000. Is that, and I've seen the past years, you've had it at 86 and then 83. This year currently you've got.
Again, the
99.
increase is just because there's 3 additional,
Just 3, okay.
there's 3
Just wanna-
additional
yeah.
deputies in there,
Okay.
so.
Right, I know they get certain overtime guarantee.
Yep.
Okay, okay.
And
Just wanna
some
make
of,
sure.
some of that increase is, I think, the placeholder we're estimating at minimum a 3% raise in the contract.
Right.
So
No, it's all. I
it
just wanna
could
make
be
sure.
under. I mean,
Right.
I think they're hoping that that's a low estimate, but
That's,
So is that overtime reflected lower in another budget?
it's no, that's all right. I'll say that again, Mark.
Where did those 3, so those 3 deputies that we moved here, where did they get moved out of?
Do you recall off the top of your head? Invest?
Okay.
Moved out of invest. The authorization hasn't changed, other than when we get to the correctional staff, there's that improvement request, I believe, is in these numbers.
any questions by the board?
I have none.
All right, I'll move to receive.
Second?
Motion by Benninger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
This is just a grant that we get in reference to overtime for a safety project on Highway 20. So I don't believe there's anything.
Yeah. Showing on here, it's gonna be a little bit less. About $2,400 less. Am I reading that right? Yeah.
It looks like it is,
Yeah.
so the estimate,
900.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
I'll move to receive.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah, I see your decrease here in
21.
investigations. My first one, 23020.
Yeah. All right.
Move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
motion passes 5-0.
And this is, again, funding from outside source through the feds for task force.
Any questions, comments? All right, I'll move to receive.
Second.
All right, motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
This one when it comes to corrections, you'll note in the beginning, the revenue. That estimated revenue, I think, if my math is correct, it's roughly, must have been based on about 110 inmates. If, oh, no, I'm sorry. If we're looking at the 3.6, it'd be less than that. Maybe that was 100 inmates, 100 inmates. Again, I think we've, from guidance through Dennis over the last several years, to be very conservative in the revenue estimate. That way we don't fall short on that. I think the 360 or the 3.65 is a conservative estimate. I mean, the information that we're continuing to get is that our numbers are going to continue to climb. Some new information I learned today is that now we may have another state that's interested. So,
Okay.
I hope that number's more, but that 3.65 I think is a conservative, very attainable number.
As far as our year-to-date figure, Michelle, do we have a updated current number from the 329,000?
I can pull it up, but this was as of 2 days ago.
Okay.
It wouldn't be significantly more if you figure there. I think over the weekend, we had 44. There were 8 federal inmates that left our facility to go. They're going to go get placed somewhere else. And there's another county closer to Sioux Falls that handles that. I don't want to get into all the logistics, but or give away all of their logistics. But so 44 times 100 times 2 days be a rough estimate on what it's increased.
What do you estimate we'll bring in between now and the end of the fiscal year, roughly?
Well, I think it depends on the other 2 states and how quickly if we're ready. So they're not waiting for us.
Okay.
We're waiting on them, just to be very clear. We're not the slowdown. We're ready. So I think 50 or 60 is a very conservative, number. I'm hoping it's going to be more than that in the next 2 months. So I mean, if you just estimated 50 on the low end times the rest, so we've got say February, March, April, May. Okay. So just shy of $1 million, about 900,000, and I think that's a conservative. Could it be 100? I think it could be 100 for at least the last 3 months, hopefully.
Okay.
3 or 4 months. And I just want to make sure that you understand and the public understands, it's not our delay. Mm-hmm. We're ready.
And it's not the board's delay either, since we made sure you were ready.
No.
Good
I
point,
think
man.
it's just, sometimes government doesn't act as fast as we'd like it to.
Right.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Michelle, but on page 4, well, at least the way I have it printed out, this is the 8 additional. There's an improvement request of the 8 additional COs.
Yes, that's on County Sheriff, page 19 on the top of your pages.
And 2 of those are
improvement requests.
transport.
4 of them will be
4.
transport. And what we anticipate doing, just to give you guys a clearer picture as you're making a decision on this, what we want to do, so we currently have 5 that do transports for us, and they don't just do transports. They also do our mental health. They're doing other services, and they work out of the sheriff's administrative side of the house. They office, if you remember, they've got there's a big office there. What we anticipate doing, if you give us these 8 correctional officers, 4 of them will be assigned to the teams, and we'll have to look at staffing and figure out how we're going to do that. The 4 transport officers will not work out of that office with the other 5 transport officers. Our plan is to have them work in the jail, mostly Monday through Friday, normal hours, and they will be responsible for doing the lion's share, almost all of the federal transports, whether it's inside the jail, outside the jail, wherever it might be. And when they are not doing transports, since they're working out of the jail, they will be extra bodies to assist in manpower in the jail as we're housing these additional inmates. So we're trying to, utilize them in more than just one way.
Do you have the transport revenue factored into this budget?
Yeah, it's on, I believe, is that just in the,
Is it an admin?
it's in a different category.
Oh, okay.
And the revenue on that's gonna be a little bit of a throwing a dart at the dartboard right now until we get up to a more consistent number in that 100 to 150 range. Then we'll have, but I mean, it's only gonna be more. The revenue is only gonna be more than what's here. It's not gonna be less.
Yeah, bottom of page 19 is the improvement request.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, page
Page 14 of 40.
14, yeah.
I mean, quick math, I would assume that the transport revenue will probably increase at minimum 100,000, and it could double that.
It's pretty cool how a $650,000 increase is 0%. It works out nicely for the way this looks.
That's like Dennis Butler wizardry stuff right there. So his presence is still here.
It's a wash.
It's a wash.
Oh. I don't know how, but it is.
And again, I know if you're looking at the revenue generated versus the costs of 4 of those correctional officers, they're not going to pay for themselves with the transports, they're just not. But the convenience that we give the marshals by having those transport officers readily available to do those transports is what's going to keep the marshals wanting to have our facility filled with 125 to 150 marshal inmates. The less convenient we make it for them, they have, between North Dakota and Iowa, they have, 40 jails they can house inmates within 500 miles. The more user-friendly we make it, the more we'll have that revenue. Because if we make it easy for them, they're gonna want them here.
One question I have, on line item 29-150, it's health services assistance. It's an increase of $264,000.
It's a contractual increase.
Is that contractual?
with,
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
our, let me say it one more time, I'm sorry.
The health services assistance, line item 29-150, it's that right, page 20.
You have the page numbers at the top.
Yeah, county sheriff, page 20.
I don't, but
The bottom of the page will be page 15 of 40. Second line.
15 health services?
Yeah, health
Yeah,
services.
that's the contractual increase with our medical provider.
Okay. And is that's due to, are they just more inmates, more
Cost.
services, right? Cost.
No, because it shouldn't be that, because when we originally signed the contract, we were estimating 400
Okay.
400 inmates, and so we're not there yet. I think it's they listed it as wage increases and that type of stuff.
It's a big increase.
I can't remember, was it 7 or 8% increase maybe, if I remember right off the top of my head. But again, and the chief could speak to this, the money that we spend on the medical side, they take so much liability off of our plate
Okay.
and the county's plate. When people are being brought into the jail and they see our medical staff, who are an outside contractor, when they say this person isn't coming in until they're cleared by the hospital, our staff's been given very clear direction. You never get in the way of that. And so, that annual cost, that could be eaten up in one really bad lawsuit.
Right.
So over the years, it's a hard pill to swallow, there's no doubt about it. But I certainly would never recommend that the county go back to taking on all that liability ourselves.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, discussion?
For my benefit, will the decision on whether or not you're gonna, if you accept this and vote this to accept this, is that including the improvement request?
We are receiving the budget that includes the improvement requests, but we still have to make a separate motion as to approving the actual positions, correct? Michelle, did I say that correctly?
So the budget's being received right now with the funds included. The budget can always go down. So moving forward, there's gonna have to be something that comes forward, probably from HR, that will be to authorize the positions, which will actually be the time when they're approved.
Okay.
So right now, they're receiving the maximum case scenario budgetary purposes only.
Okay. And is there a time frame that we anticipate that the request from HR will that be?
We
I'm
need to
assuming it's
publish our
prior to-
maximum tax asking, notice goes out on March 5th, which we will mail that out to the taxpayers with our maximum amount, which will include these amounts.
Okay.
We also have to take in consideration House File 718 and the maximum funding that we can receive as the county. And so we have until mid-April to complete the budget. So the budget may go down between now and then we'll publish the budget. So that's where the money is set. So if the funding is still there, if it doesn't need to be cut, then at that point, I think is when the improvement
Right.
request will come back in the form of authorizing positions and deauthorizing positions to make it happen. Some
So
other
that-
departments have to deauthorize and authorize new.
Okay, so just so would that occur between March 5th and April 15th, or after the April, or whatever the date was in April?
I would believe probably after.
Okay.
This,
Right.
because you know, we're getting through this budget season, it's taken a little bit more just to get the numbers together to know where we're at.
Okay.
And we're a little bit delayed in the process, but we have definite timelines that we have to meet, and we're gonna be up to the end of it just to get the budget together.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I would anticipate if that happens, you may see me here the following week asking for authorization to hire them prior to July 1. Now, I haven't even looked at it, so I have no idea where that may or may not come from or if that's even feasible. But if it's feasible, you may see me come and ask for that so that we can start getting them hired as soon as possible to get them trained so that they're, I mean, you're talking probably at least 3 months to get somebody trained in the jail before they're really usable on their own.
Okay. All right, any other questions? If not, I'll move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Crime prevention is the next. Oh, no.
Administration, right?
Administration.
Here we go, sorry. I got ahead of myself. Admin. There is a line, the line on mental health transports, did that get corrected prior to today or no? Okay. So if you'll look on, it says mental health transports. It's in revenue. It's showing 15,000. As we reviewed the budget, after we got it from Michelle this weekend, we were reviewing the budget yesterday, I believe. It was yesterday, right? Monday? We believe that should be 55,000, not 15,000. That was a clerical error. It's not significant, but it's more accurate.
I see you have drops in revenue from all your other fees. What's the?
The garnishments are way down. So we were getting just absolutely slammed and hammered with garnishments, and they've gone way down. The bank just isn't doing as many. Some of the fingerprint records, I think it's two things that we've identified from talking with Jennifer and some of the other clerks. One is maybe location. We're not as easy to get to for people to come and do the fingerprint cards. But I think the bigger one is that there are more and more companies and agencies that want the digital fingerprints, not the actual inked cards. And we don't have that service available for the general public. We do for people that are booked.
Well, I guess, and then the Iowa legislation would have affected your weapons permits. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's just fewer people with the constitutional carry. There's fewer people that
Yep.
are worried about or bothered with coming in. So, yep.
So the
correct.
sheriff fees are the garnishments.
That's the big one, yeah. I mean, it's more than just garnishments, but the drop in garnishments accounts for most of that drop in revenue. And I don't think there's any way to go solicit that business, you know? If there was, I would. Believe me, I don't care. All they can do is tell you no. But I don't believe there's a way to do it. And nothing would indicate that they're using anybody else. It's just the garnishments are down, which that's a good thing for the public if there are less garnishments needing done. But other than that, nothing. Okay, you want to talk about it, Chief?
On the revenue side there, you see that reimbursement of the gun program, a couple years ago, it was for $40-some thousand. We were approached, what that is the county, bought all rifles for deputies that ordered them. And then throughout the year, every paycheck, the 26 paychecks, they paid back the county. We've hired a bunch of new people. They've approached us again. They want to do the rifle program, but now with suppressors added to it. And we're trying to incentivize our jail staff to carry a firearm. They're not required. And if they don't, then we have less people to do transports. If they do carry a firearm, they go through our training. It allows them to go to the hospital, allows them to take people to court. It helps us. A young jailer may not have the money to buy that. It's about $1,000 to buy the handgun with the sight. So we were looking at throwing that in also, that county will purchase the handgun and throughout the year they'll get paid back. I don't have a total for you. That's what I'm asking, is we will have one before July 1. We'll make sure we have that. But as we speak today, I don't have a total. I just want.
March 5th, hopefully.
I'm sure if that's, whatever date you give us, we'll hit it. If not, we won't do it. But
Did you budget the purchase of the guns?
no, we have not.
So you haven't budgeted or the reimbursement, so it'll net to zero because those employees pay that back. If we can time it with the fiscal year, where they start their first payment in July through the last payment in June.
That's what we're planning on
Just like
doing.
we have, you purchase the guns in fiscal year '26, if you have those amounts, because you'll pay out of your budget, the revenue will go into your budget, so,
Perfect. Okay.
right, a wash.
Okay. Then we'll take care of that going forward then. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion also on this budget? Okay, all right, I'll move to receive.
With an increase of 40,000.
Oh, excuse me, yeah, with an increase of 40,000 to the mental health
Revenue.
revenue, yep. Okay, all right, need a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion by Benninger, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
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 Increase in the
All right.
revenue, that's probably the easiest ayes I've ever gotten, I would assume. Who's gonna vote no on increasing
Didn't
the
have to
revenue?
twist our arms, did you?
Motion passes 5-0. All right, the crime prevention,
No significant change here other than just decreasing some of the overtime. It's just a position that's not working as much overtime as it has in years past, so we decreased that budget item. It's one deputy.
yeah.
I'll move to receive.
All right, second, motion by Nelson, second by Bittenger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes
All right.
5-0. Under SCAF, I know we're at our 3:30 mark, did you need to go to that interview?
No, that's 4:15.
4:15, okay, gotcha, okay. All right, go ahead, Sheriff.
Civil, again, no significant changes here. Drop in the overtime, again, there's not much overtime usage, so we decreased it and try and just reflect a more accurate, detailed budget. This, I believe, is 3 deputies in this.
Okay. Questions? All right, I'll move to receive.
Second.
All right, motion by Bittenger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next one is courthouse security. We have a lieutenant and a deputy assigned in here. the most significant change I think you see here is the overtime that deputy does, that's coming here and working in the courthouse, does have maybe a little more overtime than we had anticipated, working some of the evenings with meetings and different things. But I haven't heard any negative feedback. I think the courthouse enjoy, I don't know if enjoy is the right word, but they're pleased that there's a deputy that's here most of the time.
Was there some step increases or something for organized employees?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not sure what, do you know, Jennifer, what's the significance in the organized employees increase? Because I would assume the lieutenant that's in there now was making less, or was he making the same as the lieutenant that was in there prior?
It's a pretty big jump.
Different one. When we first started this, we hired somebody and that person was in here.
Yeah, can you give him the mic, please?
When this budget was first created, we hired somebody new for this position. Since then, we've moved somebody else into there, and the new person went to the road, and the person in there now has been here longer, so is making more money.
That's what it is. Thank you. We were, because we had no volunteers to work the courthouse, we started with the low person on the totem pole, so to speak. And so their salary would have been much lower. And then within the last year, a deputy I believe he's probably a master deputy. He's been here quite a while. So his salary difference makes up that difference. Which really would be a wash, because the deputy that was here would have moved to another portion in the budget somewhere else. And so where that master pay was coming is now a lower pay.
All right. Any other questions?
Move to receive.
Second that. Motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next is the LEC security, and this is the 4 people that are assigned to work security at the new LEC that would have been authorized a year ago or whatever, but we just started. I mean, we did not start until December 2nd or whatever it was. So that's why the numbers are going to be, we haven't used as much as would have been budgeted. If you look at the year-to-date activity, it's considerably lower than what it should be, but that's again because we didn't start until, I think, courts moved in December 2nd or 9th or whatever it was. And the increase, again, would be due to who would have been place marked in there originally versus who's actually in it now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like the Ipers county contribution is pretty low.
I think there may be an error here. We had these 4 individuals budgeted in the wrong line, and so some of those lines that you see that says add from incorrect GL line, we should have one of those under IPERS, and there should be an offset of that under the other account where they were budgeted incorrectly. I think the IPERS was missed in increasing on this one.
Okay. All right, any further discussion?
So do we need to amend that number before we receive it, or what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that we should, and it's, yeah, I think we should.
Any guesses as to what it should be amended to? You need to give you a second to. And then the employee hospitalization, that took a big jump.
That can vary just based on family coverage versus single coverage on an individual quite a bit. So you
Okay.
can see that vary quite a bit.
Okay.
That wouldn't change due to the employees. Well, it does change because potentially which employees were in there before. But I would just say if you could just direct me to increase the budget by the amount of IPERS, then I can do that. If you want the exact amount, I can find it.
I guess I'll move to receive with the addition of the corrected IPERS amount for 11,100.
All right, I'll second that. All right, motion by Nelson, second by Benninger. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, transport fund. One of the things that's not in here that we were gonna maybe bring up and see if we could add a revenue line in this particular category. For federal transports for both court and for medical. And refresh my memory, do we want those separate so that we can track them easier? Or just one revenue line? One revenue line if we can. And that way, when we come back to you next year, we can tell that question you had asked earlier about then we can say, here's the revenue generated from federal inmates transporting them to and from court and to and from the hospital or doctor's office visits or whatever the case might be. Then we can have certainly a much more, an easier way to parse it out and really know where that revenue's coming from.
But you don't want to budget in that line this year?
I'm not sure that it's, I don't know if we have it budgeted anywhere else. And again, I would give you the same answer that I gave you earlier. If we leave it so that it's zero, but we have the line there, and it gives us the opportunity starting July 1 to start putting that money in that specific line item, obviously our revenue is going to be higher than what has been anticipated, which will help the board as the year goes on, as FY26 goes on. But it will really make it easier for us in FY27 to give you an accurate estimate of revenue in FY27 and moving forward. At this point, I mean, you can put a place marker in there if you want. If you do, I'd make it very low, just because I don't know what it really might be. But if you need to have something in there, you could put 10 grand in there if you want.
I don't think anything needs to be in there, but if you're confident that you think you'll receive that revenue, it would help the budgets, even if it's just a small amount in general when
Okay.
we're trying to look at them.
I mean,
But I agree with your statements about Dennis, that when you're budgeting revenue, you need to budget
conservative.
conservatively because you don't want to over budget that. And
What do you, anybody have a best guess, or do we leave it 0 for the first year?
10, I think was right.
I mean, 10, yeah. 10,000 should be an easy, safe number, very conservative. I don't know if that helps the overall budget.
Is this predicated on adding these new guys? Because let's say worst case scenario,
No, we're still
we
gonna.
add 0 new guys to your staff.
No, because we're still doing we're still doing transports.
Okay.
We're still having to move federal inmates. It's just that if we don't get the additional help, we're probably gonna do fewer transports, which will lower that revenue line. But the greater impact will be that the marshals are like,
The total number.
we just as well house them in Minneapolis. Minneapolis will at least drive them where we need them to go. If you guys aren't going to drive them, and we got to go get them anyways, we'll just put them somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's what I want to avoid.
Sure.
And that's, I mean, well, Matthew attended a lunch meeting. I mean, we've worked very hard at kind of making the relationship with the marshals as user-friendly as we possibly can. And they don't get that same treatment in a lot of other facilities, but it benefits on the revenue side greatly.
So we want to add a revenue line item for 10,000. Okay. Looks like we've got another IPERS issue. Shows a decrease of 54,274.
I can look up the IPERS rate. I believe that the sheriff's and deputies' IPERS rates did change. I'm not sure if they went down.
Yeah, it couldn't have went down that much. I don't think it could have. If you didn't hear that, Melissa said she thought it went up 8%. That's, would that be on the sworn side though?
Yes.
And this is correctional.
Okay, then that's just the
So, because the sworn side did go up because of the change in the IPERS retirement system. But this is correctional side.
And Melissa thinks the correctional stayed the same.
I think so. It's right up there.
Yeah, I pulled it up here and the correctional did stay the same as it was last year.
Okay.
The sheriffs and deputies went up on the employer portion by 3.5%.
So we'll have to amend that.
But in all fairness, the counties are still paying less for retirement than the cities and the state for police officers and troopers. So don't be too offended. You still have it easier than everybody else, just to be fair.
Machinery and equipment, you got an increase of 50,000.
Say that again.
On machinery and equipment, you got an increase of 50,000.
Say it again. Yeah. Hopefully we're going to utilize that for another transport vehicle. And then also additional costs of just everything, as far as maintenance and stuff of the vehicles goes, it's just significantly more expensive.
All right. Any other questions? And Michelle, on that IPERS line, we can just make the amendment just with the corrected IPERS amount once you figure that out.
Yeah, I'll have to
Okay.
research why that's that way. Something must be wrong in the system.
Okay.
I guess I would move to receive with the addition of a revenue line for transport for $10,000 and with corrections to the IPERS line item, 11,100.
Second that. Motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. Any other comments? Okay, all right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Next one is commissary. I don't know what to say, so.
Well, we've got two young supervisors, if you want to explain what the commissary is and what,
Chief, I'll let the chief explain it.
Yeah.
You can do it better than I can.
well, and for the good of the public too, I guess.
Commissary is the money that is raised by the inmates themselves. We have a website that they can order their extra food off. They can order different toiletries. They can rent the tablets that they use. Anything extra that they pay for. Loved ones will come put $100 on their account. They'll use that to order the stuff. It's controlled by Iowa code that money that comes in, we get a percentage of. A company that does it takes the rest, but we get a percentage, and that's our revenue. We can't spend that on an extra car, or it has to be spent on something that directly benefits the inmates. So we bought TVs. They pay for their dish network out of the commissary, their own money. New mattresses that we need, new jumpsuits, new shoes, everything that directly benefits the inmates, this commissary fund is paying for. So as we grow, that fund's gonna get bigger, but we're gonna need more mattresses, more shoes, and everything that goes with it. So that's what that is.
So while we're limited in what we might be able to spend that money on, just understand that if we weren't using commissary money, we would be using taxpayer money. So really, it does benefit the taxpayer. What we're being, yeah, it's at 0. I noticed that. Okay. It should, our recommendation is to change that to 50,000 revenue. We overlooked that it was at 0.
For miscellaneous rev, or for,
Commissary
monies.
Commissary monies, 50,000, increase that revenue from 0 to 50,000. Now, the one thing that we've been told by, go ahead.
So I'm just curious because it was a 0 budget last year, so I thought maybe that was for a reason. Is this one that you have a separate checking account where the money doesn't get receipted into the fund? And is that why it's 0? If so, I haven't looked at the past budgets prior to what's on this page.
Commissary, we don't split. That comes all directly to, room and board is the one that, it's a 60-40 split between the county general fund and us. Yes, whatever number you decide, I don't care. I mean, we don't know what our commissary is gonna be, and you guys can't touch it. So
Do we know why it was 0 last year? I don't remember. It must have we must have just overlooked it.
Okay.
It must have gotten overlooked.
So why would the commissary expense be more than the commissary revenue?
Because we used a lot of commissary to cover costs as we moved into the new facility. Stuff that would benefit the inmates,
Sure.
rather than take money out of the normal budget, we were using the commissary money to cover those expenses, like, yeah, 44 new TVs.
So you had-
would be one, for example.
You had reserves, basically, of a large amount
There-
of commissary.
There are
that you-
reserves that can only be spent on items that will benefit the inmates, but it's money that would otherwise come
Yeah.
out of tax dollars. So, yeah, multiple years.
Sure.
When you would hear us joke with Captain Harlow about how tight he was with commissary money and stuff, that's what we're talking about. I think he had a goal to make it millions of dollars before he left for some unknown reason.
Think of them as prisoner improvement requests.
There you go. There you go. I like that. PIPs.
PIPs, there you go, yeah.
That's a good one.
PIPs. I would move to receive with the addition of $50,000 in the commissary monies revenue line.
All right, I'll second it. All right, motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. Any questions or concerns? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
And this is room and board. This one I see is also got 0 for revenue. 20,000. What do we want to put?
She says there's a separate room and board and corrections.
Oh. There is.
That's what she said. She just.
Okay, so we don't need to adjust this then? Leave this the same, okay. Jennifer's saying that there is a room and board section in the corrections section that has, does it have an accurate?
75,000.
Okay, so let's leave this one with the way it is. It's accounted for somewhere else in the budget.
And I would move to receive.
Second.
All right, motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
Do you have? How many roughly? Just checking to see if we can identify who's in this one specifically to give you a better gauge on the increases. It's got to be somebody that was moved into here that was making more money, or they reached their steps that they were making more money. And probably more deputies that are working afternoons or nights, which would account for the increase in shift differential. Other than that, and again, that IPERS, I'm not sure that would be right. A 40% increase doesn't make sense. So I don't know if maybe some numbers in the program got moved somewhere else.
I don't know. I'll have to check it because every employee's GL line is tied to their IPERS line, so it's not making a lot of sense.
Yeah, because there's about an $8,000 IPERS increase over the last 3 years, and then we're looking at a $33,000 increase this year. It's 4X, so something's out of whack there.
Yeah, there's something not right there. I'm not saying anything.
Any questions or any other?
Chad, would you want to explain for our YouTube fans that are watching this, or for anybody that watches it after the fact, the rural patrol and what these guys are doing?
Well, really, I don't believe this is about where the funds are coming from, rural basic versus general basic. So it's not necessarily that they're on rural patrol. This is just the funding source that's covering this part of the budget. But as far as rural patrol for our deputies, though, I mean, I can cover that. So we have 3 shifts, a day, team 1, team 2, team 3, covering roughly about almost just shy of 900 square miles. We provide law enforcement services for all the towns in Woodbury County except for the city of Sioux City, Sergeant Bluff, and Mulville. Now, we do cover each one of those agencies and assist in emergency situations, but all the other towns, we have 2080 agreements, and we provide their law enforcement service that they're required to provide as a township by Iowa code. My predecessor, Sheriff Drew, had entered agreements with those towns, and we still provide that law enforcement service. Does that answer your question?
Yep, that's wonderful. I get asked about that all the time, and
Yep.
they want to know where their tax money's going, and that's a great summation of that, so.
Now, the irony is that Iowa code doesn't require sheriff's offices to patrol
Right.
in the county. I mean, there are statutory requirements of sheriff's offices, but that wouldn't be one of them. I think it started here in Woodbury County in the early 50s. Prior to that, they weren't out on patrol. They did the duties of the courts, they did the duties of the jail. They would go find people with warrants, but actually going out and patrolling, I think it was the early 50s, I believe.
Interesting.
All right. Any other questions? I'd move that with the amendment to the IPERS contribution.
Second.
Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
The next one is, again, it's another one of those grants. It's a
I'll move to receive, if there's no questions.
Second.
Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Next one's forfeitures. There's no way for us to anticipate really revenue, so there's no change there.
Move to receive.
Second. Motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Yeah. All right, motion passes 4-0.
The next one is donations. We do still get a fair amount of businesses and private individuals who, in one way or another, want to try and make a donation to assist the sheriff's office in assisting us in carrying out our duties and responsibilities. The first page, it says DARE donations. I think last year a request was made to move that money to the foundation, which would be the next page. And it got lost in the shuffle. We no longer have the DARE program. We now have what we call the STARS program, and so we don't take on DARE donations any longer. So if it's possible to move that, just to clean up the budget, we could remove the first one and transfer that money into the foundation. And again, that's money that's difficult for us to try and anticipate what.
Is there a balance of these funds?
Yeah, I believe it's like 1,000, if this is correct, it's $1,065, if I'm reading it correctly.
Well, I mean,
Yes, that's correct.
the funds that you have on hand.
what he's referencing is the DARE has 1,065 and, on your little screens there, and then the other one has 16,265
Okay.
as the balance currently.
I was actually looking at the next page, since you mentioned folding it in, and I just saw, expenses come out, but more revenue from donations, again, on the next
And what we do.
restricted donations page.
When people make, there are some people who will make a specific donation that they want it to go to the canines, or they want it to go to X. And when those donations are made, we make sure that we apply it to that. When there are general donations that are made, when we have something come up that we really would like to get for the deputies or the correctional side or whoever it might be, if it's something that we can cover in those donations, rather than even coming to you or asking the public for more money, we'll handle those little things through those donations. A lot of times it might be kind of public relations and some of that stuff, but we've purchased other items as well.
Vote to receive.
Second.
All right, motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. If I may just take a minute to just say, I realize that this is going to be a tough budget year, especially with losing Dennis and having somebody that, has got, almost 50 years of institutional knowledge working through this problem. But I would be remiss if I didn't take a few minutes to just remind not just you all, but the public as well, of the work that our staff does day in and day out. Yeah, we get to come here and you listen to me flap my jaws and run my big mouth. But the truth is, the men and women that are putting on the uniform every day, whether it's in the jail or out on the road, they're doing the work. And you're also considering, I know you're in negotiations with one of our unions, and you're going to start one here next week. With the move into a new facility and all the changes that have been made in all the different systems that we've changed and everything that we've asked these folks to do over the last several years. And then if you've watched the news and pay attention, the world isn't getting nicer by any means, and their job isn't getting easier. And our job of recruiting people and retaining people is certainly not getting easier. So I just want to thank them for what they do every day, protecting all of us, and then would encourage you to do what you can to show them that same appreciation in throughout these negotiations and through this budget process. But I know you got a tough job, so if I didn't at least say something, I wouldn't be doing my job. So thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, do we want to continue on, or do we need a recess?
Yeah, I think these two shouldn't take too long.
We'll
Finish
finish
up
them
the
out.
budgets.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's why I know you have a set time, so. All right, Department of Human Services.
I don't believe anybody was coming from this.
Okay.
So this budget was prepared by getting information from the Department of Human Services for their expenses. And as you can see, we do have more revenue than expenses. There is a grant that we receive funding for, so this is a recurring thing every year with DHS, and so it's a positive budget.
Vote to receive.
All right, second. Motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right.
Motion passes 5-0. Lastly is civil service.
Okay, so the civil service budget is set by Iowa code. They receive 0.5% of the sworn deputy wages, and then they advise where they would like that in their budget. So that is set by code to be the amounts as shown.
I'll move to receive.
Second?
Motion by Benjer, second by Nelson. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0. All right, thank you. We are recessed till 4:30.
like a county-wide, statewide kind of system?
We'll do a search. Right now, we're, I think we're 3 or 4 correctional officers down right now, not counting those, any additional positions. So we are constantly looking to hire new people for correctional officers. So, to the public out there, if we know anybody that's interested in corrections or law enforcement in any way, we provide great training, great benefits. The board has been doing a great job.
And from what I gathered, you said that 4 of them would be working as transport, 8 new positions. I wasn't able to catch the other 4. Can you kind of go through those?
Yeah, absolutely. So all 8 positions are working inside.
Yeah, so
The
if you don't
idea
vote
is
in
that
the
4
election,
of them
then
run more of a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 type of schedule. And those 4 will be responsible for moving and transporting
this year in the mail is actually
in the jail, or to doctor's visits, or to court, to other transport locations.
So if they don't
They
vote
would
in an
answer
election, they're inactive.
when they're, which we get the buildings from
Years in a row,
south. When they're not,
so that's the lens that if you
they will be working
we have just over 7,500
system. Yes,
And when I look through the numbers, it's not just one department, it's a whole, it's about 50% a whole.
Yes, any voters who is inactive, it's not part of the bill. There was a law that acted in 2021, so 2022 would be the first year if someone did not vote, they would have been inactivated in correctional, if they were active. So, if an individual, the law was enacted in 2021, and if that individual didn't vote in 2020, they would have been inactivated in 2022. If they were still inactive in 2024 and didn't vote in 2024, they would receive a cancellation letter.
So what does this mean for voters now when they come to the voting sites? I mean, if they are on as inactive now, what can they do to try to get back active if they're like, oh, I think it didn't want to vote?
Right, there's several options, they can go and register right now to vote, but if it is voting day and they go to the precinct, we have same-day registration, so they can register online and vote. So it doesn't
This is me for the state, knowing that these people are being
How much funding you get from
taken out.
8 to get this?
way more.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing for security of elections because it ensures that if individuals do not vote elections in a row, in reality, 3 elections in a row, then they would be taken off of the list. So it would prevent individuals from names off the list, trying to create a fraud.
Have you heard of any backlash yet from any voters?
There were other points in here. There was a $650,000 increase. Something. Okay, so that's
Oh, I always do.
Everyone said that was a 0.
It was a joke, because there had never, because that item had never been in the budget before. It's the first time it's in there, so if you've ever looked at the budget sheet, on the far right column, it shows you what the increase is from the previous year. Well, since there's nothing to compare to, it shows that it's a 0% increase, so it was just, it was county government.
Okay, I got it. I want to make sure on that. Wow, that's right. That's a great deal. There was another part here where I think it's a U.S. Marshal Services, where it was going from 3.4 million to 3.6. You're saying, and while it is a bit of an increase, you're saying that's still kind of a conservative estimate. I think that was what it was on, was the U.S. Marshal Service.
It was.
Go into
Yes, Christine, this is, so unfortunately our CEO is ill, so she's unable to come, so. So how do you pull that up? Should we have that?
We can have all the expenses.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not current.
Yeah, I see where we are. So,
It's federal money, it's not.
sounds good. Thank you.
So these inmates will be housed somewhere. These are save our own tax dollars. So that's why I'm taking that job very seriously. You said that the LEC is ready to take in those new inmates. What is kind of keeping those new inmates from getting in? It's just a logistical thing. You know, our partners in the Northern District of Iowa. So it's just a matter of getting this to
Oh, dual impromptu visit.
so expensive, so they can get in there.
Oh my gosh. John couldn't make it today, so I I'm in attendance.
And so it's not like you guys are pulling extra North Carolina lawyers in here, just like the first.
He doesn't have to work with me very often, so. He told me he gets to see how government works. We were at my desk, we figure out a few things.
Eventually we'll get some.
Well, then I was looking, and I was looking at some.
So the last time the next like
People now.
when they say summer,
The only question I have is like,
To sign that form and get sent to Huh? I was like, no wonder.
because they said that they did remove from
Yeah, part of the. About power of 10. All right, all right, all right.
Well, that was I know,
but Santa Barbara is probably next to town. What about an hour and a half?
yeah. Yeah, that's my theory. My theory was just
I was gonna say, I'm guessing I'm not gonna see you this afternoon. That's good. Yeah, yeah. Like, I've got a friend that she's going through the same problem. It's very difficult. That's good. That's very good. Are you able to walk? Are you able to walk? That's good. John just have an elevator pitch ready. And I'll be here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Things go well. Same. Exactly. That's me. Yeah, why would you? Hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. Exactly. Exactly. Former student of mine. Major in computer science. And then decided computer science wasn't for him. Went to, exactly. Yeah, went to law school. Very smart like that. New law school. And so that first class was free. So like the entire law school specific. That's just because they had to establish a class for the credit. And so we did it assuming that they would just hoping. All right. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. You can be seated. First item of business is to approve the agenda, and I'm going to make a motion to amend the minutes to add copy filed to items 10C1 through 10C7 per instructions of our county auditor. And so I'll make that amendment to the agenda, and I'll move it.
Second.
Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. On to the consent agenda. Items 3 through 7 constitute a consent agenda of routine action items to be considered by one motion. Items pass unanimously unless a separate vote is requested by a board member. Number 3 is approval of the minutes. All right. Hi, Kent. If you could just mute, Kent, make sure you mute your mic, please. Thank you.
Sure.
Number 3 is approval of the minutes of the January 28th, 2025 meeting. Number 4 is approval of claims. Number 5, Board Administration, Karen James, approval of resolution for suspension of taxes for LMC. Approval of resolution thanking and commending John Bainbridge for his years of service with Woodbury County. Approval of resolution thanking and commending Mary Frailer for her years of service with Woodbury County. And lastly, approval of resolution thanking and commending Randy Ewell for his years of service with Woodbury County. Number 6, from Human Resources, Melissa Thomas, is approval of memorandum of personnel transactions. And B, authorization to initiate the hiring process. And number 7, from County Treasurer Tina Bertrand, approval of property tax refund for parcel ending in 6016 in the amount of $13,655. Item B is approval of property tax refund for parcel ending in 9016 in the amount of $425. And that brings us to the conclusion of the consent agenda, and I'll move it.
Second.
All right, motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. All right, we're a couple minutes here ahead of our 4:35 set time. We'll move on to Deputy Commissioner of Elections, Steve Hoffmeyer, if you want to come on up.
Hi, Steve Hoffmeyer, Deputy Commissioner of Elections. I have the paperwork here to canvass the drainage district elections that were held on January 18. So I've got the abstract of votes and the certificate of election for you to receive and for you guys to sign.
Okay, any questions? All right, I'll move that.
Second.
All right, motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Here's your pen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, bear with us as we sign the many documents here. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Otter. All right, we're at a 4:35 PM set time. From Board Administration, Heather Then Sickle, we're going to hear item A. It's a public hearing and sale of property parcel ending in 6005, AKA 1010 Court Street. With that, we're going to open up the public hearing for that. And so, with that, please, when you come up to the mic to give your bid, please come up, give your name and address. and your bid. And so with that, we will open up the public hearing, and go ahead, sir.
Yeah, for the 1010 Court Street.
Yes, that is correct.
Yep, we'd like to, take however this process
Okay, sure. Yeah,
goes.
state your name and address and what's your bid.
Yeah, Austin Spahn, and address is 1200 5th Street, Sioux City, Iowa, 51101.
Do I need?
Did we close the public hearing?
Oh, no, sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Anyone to speak for or against this? Thank you. I apologize for that. Getting excited to sell this property. Here we go. Anyone speak for or against? All right, hearing none, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, now with that, all right, motion passes 5-0. All right, go ahead, Austin, yeah. So what's your opening bid?
336.
Okay. 336, all right. So with that, we'll take bids. Please step forward to the mic. If you'd like to bid for this property. Anyone else here to speak for this property? Please, not all at once. All right.
Seeing no other bids, I move that the property be sold to Mr. Spine, is that right?
Spahn. Yep.
Spine, Austin, yep,
Okay, for $336.
for 330, yep, that's right.
Okay, all right, I'll second that. So motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right.
All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. You can see I had that right in the back there. Item B is the public hearing and sale of property parcel ending in 7013, which is 1205 Douglas Street. With that, we'll open up the public hearing. To those to speak for or against that, we'll make sure we do proper procedure. So, anyone speaking against it or for it? Speak for it? Okay. Are you here to bid? Are you here? Okay. What's that? All right. Hearing none.
Seeing none, I move that the public hearing be closed.
All right, public hearing is closed. I'll second that. So, motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Aye.
motion passes 5-0. Now, we'll take bids. So if you want to come up and bid, come up, state your name and address, and what is your opening bid, please?
Linda Calvillo with Tri-State Properties, 2510 B Street, South Sioux City. And I'd like to do a bid of $12.49.
1249. All right, Linda, what was your last name again? Can you say it?
Calvillo, Calvillo, with Tri-State Properties, LLC.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, thank you for your opening bid. Anyone else here to bid on this property? Please come to the mic. Okay,
Seeing no other bids, I move that the parcel be sold to Tri-State Properties for the amount of $1,249.
I'll second that. All right, motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, you can see Heather in the back, right back there, and she'll be able to handle that. Thank you. Item number 10 from WCICC, John Malloy. It's the approval of selection of Dean Stevens as a citizen representative on the Woodbury County Information and Communication Commission for an additional 3-year term expiring on December 31st, 2027. So with that, Dean, you want to come forward and just introduce yourself? I know we have 2 new supervisors here, and so maybe kind of give us a quick overview of what do you do on the commission?
Sure. My name is Dean Stevens, and I have been the chair of the commission for the past 3 years. And I've taught at Morningside University for the last 23. And I am asking for your support to reelect me to another chair.
Okay. All right. Dean has done well. I appreciate your leadership on the committee, Dean, and your expertise. So with that, I will move that.
Second, appreciate your service, thank you.
All right. Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Dean, for serving. All right, number 11 from Board of Supervisors, Mark Nelson, and Building Supervisors Kenny Smits. It's the approval to add 1 more maintenance tech position in building services. Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we start to ramp up inmates and activities out at the new law enforcement center, it has been a strain on building services Director Kenny Schmidt's staff, just as far as their activities out there, but then also taking care of the many other county buildings and issues that we have in a week's time or any day's time. And so this is something that I'd thrown out there. Also with the Baker Group contract, most likely coming off this month or next month. It's just the right time to get Kenny kind of the staff that he needs, but I'm going to turn it over to him and let him talk about some of the challenges he's had lately.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, we've been very busy. We have a minimum of 2 to 3 maintenance techs out there almost every day. It is putting a strain on the rest of our services. We additionally added other additional people early on. At that time, I stated it was hard to anticipate what the actual requirement would be until we got into the facility and tried to operate it. So this isn't really unexpected. We just didn't know how soon it would come. But now that now that we're starting to expand some of the inmates that are in the facility, is requiring a little bit more of building services. As those keep ramping up, it'll require more and more. Speaking with Mark, we felt it was a good time to try to move forward with adding another member here, so.
And I think as we've gone through some of this budget process, we've heard from department heads talk about things that they need done in their buildings here and out in the county. We've had, I think, the recorder's office, we had approved some carpet in there, haven't got to that yet. You know, there's things that we just haven't quite been able to get done, and these buildings have a lot of value, and anything that Kenny and his guys can do will be much cheaper than having to hire an outside contractor come in and fix things that could have been preventatively taken care of. We had a meeting with the union Friday. We discussed this. They were very appreciative of bringing another guy on to kind of lessen the workload. And so I don't see any problems with this. Ideally, we'd pay this out of reserves for the remainder of this year. And Kenny can maybe talk about how soon he thinks he can get someone hired. But then I'd like to amend the fiscal 26 budget to include this position in there going forward. So, because I think you're in the process of maybe hiring one right now.
Yes, we have one of our staff has already turned in his retirement notice, and so we have been looking for another maintenance tech to fill that position. We have a couple of pretty good candidates we're looking at, even interviewing one tomorrow, so hopefully that process is already in place. That'll allow us to get somebody back on sooner than later, so that would definitely help out. If you do approve this, as Mark said, we'd have to have the auditor's department make that alteration for the 26 budget and for the current year. So thank you for your consideration.
What is the fiscal impact for the next full fiscal year?
Actually, I do not have the numbers. Unless Melissa can provide those.
So one of the things that Kenny and I have been spending a lot of time talking about, and I think the timing of this is good to get this person in and get them acclimated, but we've got, in talking with our county engineer, with the county treasurer, and our emergency services staff, we've got 20 buildings outside of Sioux City that currently aren't being looked after by any of our building services staff. You know, there are people that are stationed in those buildings, try to take care of them the best of their ability, but there's things that have been, in my opinion, you know, falling behind. And so my hope is that if this guy has got some time for that, he can start to work on some of that stuff, but also I would be very open to creating another position in Kenny's budget next year to have a person that's maybe even stationed in the rural area to work on some of this stuff, because we've got a lot of dollars of infrastructure out there that's really not being looked after, and I think it's important that we take care of that because the replacement cost is just astronomical. But Melissa, if you've got...
I have those figures. It would be $86,521, but that does include health, dental, life, IPERS, FICA, everything, all benefits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Kenny, how many people do you have in your staff? Just out of my curiosity, since I haven't been around to meet your department yet.
If you include myself, we'll be getting upwards around 20 people. We have always been, in my opinion, a little bit short on the maintenance side of it.
Yeah, because how many are janitorial versus maintenance?
Yes, so our janitorial staff is larger. Actually, earlier when we requested to add staff for the new jail coming online. We added 2 custodians and 1 maintenance tech then, because I knew we would certainly need 2 custodians. Again, with the maintenance tech, we weren't sure, but with the other things that Mark or the board may be considering in the future, we definitely need 1 person now. We may need another looking forward. And I think it does warrant I think there is a need there for addressing some of the other buildings that are outside the county. Just for the new board members, which may not understand the current status or structure, building services doesn't oversee or even take a look at any of those outer county buildings. Whether we're talking about, other than Dorothy Pico Conservation, talking about other conservation or parks or secondary roads, or any of those other outlying buildings. So, and really, and not to speak lower of any of the other department heads, I don't really believe that anybody is really doing that in general as a whole. It's just not getting done, I don't believe, so.
Aside from the needs at the LEC, is there a particular department or office you think is in most need of, review of issues or equipment or buildings?
Yeah, and I think Mark can speak to that a little bit on some of the things that he may have touched base on earlier with secondary roads.
Yeah, so I think secondary roads, a lot of the maintenance shops, and then the engineer's office as well need attention. We've got the emergency services building shored up, between the tuck pointing that we did and some of the exterior door work out there. We've really got that building. There's a few minor things out there that need worked on, but something that somebody like this or Kenny's people could do if they had the manpower. But we've got some issues with the roof out there at the engineer's office in Mobile. The guys have been doing kind of some Band-Aid patches in some of the offices and break rooms at some of the other outer maintenance shops. The little courthouse in Anthon that really never gets looked at, and then it always ends up being a surprise or something wrong. And I know you've had, since I've been here, we've had several HVAC issues out there and heater issues. And so there's a lot of, Treasurer Bertrand was up here, I think that was last week. He talked about the frames around the windows and doors down there at the Anthon office, and they could use paint or replacement or caulking. So there's just a lot of those types of things that they're small things, but small things lead to big things. And I just think that the department could use some help, and I think that going to outside contractors will be much more costly in the long run, but then we have to fix it. And if we continue to ignore some of these problems, then it'll really compound into much bigger issues.
And I think to answer your question further, Matthew, although secondary roads has mentioned some of their issues, and Mark touched base on that a little bit, we've had ongoing things such as the Anthon Courthouse and Climbing Hill Emergency Service Building. Again, those only originally fell under Woodbury County Building Services as CIP buildings. In other words, if you needed your tuck pointing done on your building or needed a new roof, that was building services responsibility as far as a capital improvement project. But as far as operations or general repairs go, it wasn't part of our operation or a service that we provided. And that's a service that nobody was really providing for some of these people. If that makes sense.
And I think part of it too, for me, is if we've got a paramedic that's making $30 an hour, they need to be on calls, not fixing a window or a door, or same with the motor grader operator. We're paying these guys good money for their specific line of work, and they need to be doing that. And I think also what concerns me is if you've got a work comp injury that somebody's kind of doing a line of work that they probably shouldn't be, that can be very costly to the county as well. So I think there's a lot of things to take in here. Like Kenny said, we might have to get one more, but I think this would be a good start to at least looking at tackling some of that stuff, so.
I think that last point is the strongest there about, departments are going to handle it themselves if they're way out there and they need something fixed that they use every day, and that does open us up to a risk. So I'll move it.
Okay. I'll second. So do we need to discuss funding?
So I had talked with, or I'd let auditor Scaff know that I was thinking this 31,754 would come out of the general basic reserves for this fiscal year unless you've got another place. And I don't know where this lands in Kenny's budget, but I'll let you take that over, Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, if we just leave it as that, which department will that individual be under? Are they gonna be assigned under like your,
Which account? It would be under
Yes.
9113 LAC probably.
okay, and that's in the general fund 0001? Is that?
Yes.
So, yeah, that would come out of the general basic reserves if we just let it ride through that. There's nothing that we have to do, and it won't be a budget adjustment because you're gonna be taking it out of reserves, so we don't need to do that, I don't believe. I'll double check on that. And then next year we'll add it to the budget, so when, I think Kenny's on the 18th now, so it'll be embedded within there fully,
Thank
not
you.
as an improvement request.
Good. Thank you. All right, motion by Ong, second by Bittinger. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Number 12 from Secondary Roads, Laura Severs. Item A is the award bid for project number Bros C097, 8J97, and approve resolution to direct county engineer to sign contract and bond.
All right. We had quite a bit of bidders for this project. This is the bridge replacement on K67 over Wolf Creek, which is, I think, kind of northeast of Holly Springs there. And we had 3 bidders. This would be, the lowest bidder was Dixon Construction out of Correctionville. Their bid was $1,372,445.30. The next bidder was Goberson Smith Construction, $1,608,727.65. And the third bidder was Graves Construction, $1,662,847. And I probably should have told you this bridge is, let me get it here. Sorry. The bridge is 188, the new bridge will be 188 feet long, 30 feet wide, and it's replacing a smaller structure. The existing structure is 151 feet and only 17 feet wide, so it'll be a great bridge replacement project. The funding is with our HBP, so our Highway Bridge funding, so no local dollars. So I would ask the board to approve the lowest bidder and within this resolution and so that I can sign the contract and the bond.
I move to award the bid to Dix Construction, the amount of $1,372,000, and what was the rest of it?
Good question. So it was $1,372,445.30.
Exactly that.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Nelson, second by Dietrich. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Item B is award bid and project for number STP C097 and approve resolution to direct county engineer to sign a contract and bond.
Yes, so this is a concrete overlay, so our PCC overlay on K45 from the county line northwest 7 miles to intersection D53. Just a roadway project that definitely needs to have some type of resurfacing on it. We had, again, a lot of bidders, so that's good for us. The lowest bidder was Kroll out of New Hampton, Iowa.
What was the name on that?
Kroll, Croell. And their bid was $3,334,818.49. Our next bidder was Cedar Valley Corp., $3,646,963.34. Then we had Goberson Smith at $4,030,339.12. Flynn Company had a bid of $4,164,648.40. And then we had Sioux City Engineering Company at $5,191,000 and maybe $11.75. The wordings are over it, but again, it's a really good project. It's just above where our engineer's estimate was at, and this would again be coming out of our farm to market funds, and so there's no local dollars on the project.
What was that first number again, Laura?
Yep, so this was,
Say it again.
again, the lowest bidder was Kroll Construction out of New Hampton, Iowa, and their low bid was $3,334,818.49.
Thank
I
you.
would be asking for the board to approve that I can sign the contract and the bond with Kroll Construction.
I move approval with Kroll Construction, the amount of $3,334,818.49.
Second. Motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion,
Aye.
motion passes 5-0. All right. Item C is information for the Bennett, McDonald, and Smith Lind.
Yeah, I just thought it'd be good for the whole board and then, the trustees to understand that it is a very slow-going process of getting the repairs done on this drainage district, but that it is moving forward. The first couple items will be just, cleaning out some ditches so that the flap gates can be used. And then just in the later part of this document, you're going to see that, we realize that another flood event could come, and that we're trying to find ways to be emergency prepared so that we don't, have any catastrophes with a high water event. So I do appreciate that Caleb Rasmussen is working with us on these projects. He does a really thorough job, and he is working very hard to get through the red tape.
Does he have any estimates as far as the work that needs to be done or costs or anything?
In this document, just the work that we're gonna do this spring is gonna be under 5,000.
Okay.
And then the rest is still waiting for, what our federal agencies say that we have to do.
Well, your timing was good because one of the gentlemen that lives in that texted me today asking if there was an update, so.
Is this how the board would like to receive this information, as information at the board meeting, or just send it to you as a board? I just felt like since they do come to board members,
What's
that
in the
maybe-
backup, right? You took the
No, I think
the-
it's good to talk about
Yeah.
here. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
that's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay. All right, any other questions? Once they can start work, how long will that take for them to complete the work, once the frost allows them to
Yeah,
get in there?
right. I don't think it's gonna be much work at all.
Okay.
It's 4 different locations, small areas, so,
Will be
yeah.
our guys doing the work?
What?
Will be our guys doing the work or contractor?
I don't know. I don't know if he has somebody or if we can
Okay.
do it, so, but yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
All right, so item D is approval of RISE grant resolution for South Bridge project.
So we are applying for the RISE grant for the South Bridge project. This comes because we did not get the rural grant that we had applied for federal funds. So this would be a grant through the state. If you would like, I actually did print, I did not put that in the backup, but if you would like, I did print the entire application. Would you guys like to have a copy of the entire application?
I'm okay. Do you think we need,
Looks like she's already got them printed off, right?
Yeah.
yeah, well, why not?
I'll move to receive.
Second, motion by Nelson, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Nice. You can make sure you get one to Michelle. Yeah, 2. Well, thank you, Laura. I finished my nighttime book, so this will be my new
Right.
nighttime reading. Thank you.
So, to be honest, I didn't know much about Southbridge until I got to do this. So, this application is first, and then throughout the application, you're going to see, different reasons why you would do a RISE application is, obviously, it's economically focused, and that is what this project is. It is definitely on those that, this is being built because we need more locations for economic growth in that area. We have economic growth in that area already, and so that's what we're all saying throughout this document. So I would ask the board to approve a resolution. Oh, thank you. Approve a resolution for a RISE funding application with the state. Within the application, you're going to see that the request for RISE funding is $8,336,822, and that funding is everything outside of the interstate right-of-way, because this RISE funding is for local roads only, so that's those costs.
All right. I will move that.
Second.
All right. Motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. Any other questions, discussion?
I guess this, yeah, one quick question. So you're applying for the $8,336,822. How much is it gonna cost Woodbury County?
The last figure I saw was 23 million. I don't know when that figure was created. I don't know how, that doesn't sound like a very accurate figure to me. We are in the middle of design, so we're not to final design, so that's probably why we don't have that number, but if you're looking for a ballpark.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, all of those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. All right. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly, number 13 for myself is just approval of partnership requests with the Critton Center for a community facilities and services grant application. Thank you. And come on forward.
I'm gonna start charging you, Dan.
You can. I had a crisis. My pen died. All right. Welcome. Let me get here to the item myself. The Critton Center had approached Woodbury County to be the community partner, the government community partner for this community facilities and service grant application. It's through the Community Development Block Grant Program with the state of Iowa. And so here from the Critton Center, we have two they're wonderful employees. So if you guys want to introduce yourselves, tell us what's your role with the Critton Center, and then just if we can get on the screen, Karen, can you put up the backup of it was in the PDF that was in the backup, the presentation from the Critton Center, if you can put that up there. Oh. But yeah, why don't you guys go and introduce yourselves and just tell us, a little bit about the application and the grant you're applying for.
Sure. My name is Christina Eggink-Postma. I'm the VP of Community Engagement and Development with Crittenden Center here. I just wanted to reference our CEO, Kim Scorza, was planning on being here. You'll see her information on the presentation, but she was unable to be here today.
I'm Bo Satel. I'm the Vice President for Finance and Administration at Crittenden Center.
So we had approached Woodbury County originally, as Chairman Bittinger mentioned, to be a partner with us in applying for a community development block grant. So we thought it might be a little bit helpful to provide some really basic information on Crittenden Center for anybody who is maybe unfamiliar with who we are and what we do. Crittenden Center's actually been around since 1895, so we're celebrating our 130th year this year. And we were originally started as a home for unwed moms. We've really changed as time has gone on and really evolved to meet the changing needs of the Sioux City and surrounding communities and the Woodbury County community. And now we have, you can go ahead, probably 2 or 3 slides in there. Now we actually consist of 2 divisions. Yep. Not that, okay. We currently have 2 divisions within our agency. So the first division, that's okay, we'll get there. Not the first division, one of our divisions is our Child and Family Development Division, and in that part of our agency, we provide childcare, preschool services, wraparound supports for families, and Family Resource Center services. Those are provided out of 4 locations here in Sioux City, in Woodbury County, 1 location in Lamar's Plymouth, and 1 location in Orange City, Sioux County, Iowa. So we've been doing that type of work for over 40 years, and is an important part of what we do. Our other division is our Child Welfare and Wellbeing Division, and that's really the division that we were hoping to talk with you about today. So in our Child Welfare and Wellbeing Division, we have 2 separate programs. One is our Transitional Therapeutic Home, and one is our Supervised Apartment Living Program. So in our TTH program, we provide care for children who've been removed from their home. They cannot safely remain with their family, typically due to abuse or neglect or other reasons. Most of those kids have been in multiple foster placements, some have been in adoptive placements, and then they come to us and we provide emergency shelter for those kiddos. Some of them are with us for a very brief period of time, less than 48 hours, and then they're able to find another suitable placement for them or they can safely return home. More of them are with us for much longer than that, and we actually have kids who've been with us close to a year, over a year at this point now, and so we are their surrogate family, and this is their home. This is truly where they live. They receive therapy on site. We have on-site education, school services, and so we really do our best to provide the best care we can for those kids who are coming from really challenging backgrounds. In our Supervised Apartment Living program is for kids a little bit older than that, kids who are aging out of the foster care system, and we provide them support and housing. If you've seen anything recently about our tiny homes here in Sioux City, that's our Supervised Apartment Living program. And our goal there, again, is to give our kids the tools that they need to be successful, our youth and young adults, I should say. But still, really, we remain their surrogate families in a lot of ways because our youth do not often have other families who are being able to support them. So if you can stay on the green slide, that would be, thank you. So the Community Development Block Grant, just some really high level information if anybody's not familiar with that grant. So it is really through the Housing Community Development Act and to develop viable communities by providing decent housing and suitable living environments, specifically for people of low and moderate income. And specifically under the CDBG grant, we are looking at their community facilities and services application. And we need that for improvements to our transitional therapeutic home, which is right here in Sioux City, 3901 Green Avenue. And the reason that we're approaching Woodbury County is because the applicants have to be a city, a county, or a council of governments. So it's administered through the Iowa Economic Development Authority, and we've been in preliminary conversations with them about our interest in applying for this and receiving some technical assistance in that process as well. Next slide, please. Specifically, the renovations that we need to our transitional therapeutic home are flooring, windows, improved restrooms and shower spaces, updated kitchen and laundry facilities, as well as exterior updates. The home was actually built in the 1970s and was originally a nursing home. And so it has some of the things we needed, kitchen, laundry rooms, separate bedrooms, those sorts of things, but it's very dated and it's very worn. And if you can imagine The population that is being cared for in a nursing home is not causing quite the same wear and tear on an environment as a whole bunch of kids. And we can have up to 27 or more, 27 kids living there at any given point in time, and we often do have that many children in and out of our facility. So. The next pages are just a couple of pictures just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. So that's our exterior, that's at the front. As you come in, we do our best to keep it neat and clean, but certainly want to do things that make it more welcoming and inviting. Again, this is their home. This is also the place that they first come when they are very scared and often very alone and uncertain, and so making that a warm and welcoming environment is really important to us. We do that with our staffing, but the physical environment is also really important for that. Next slide, please. That is, you can kind of see the living area and bedroom, so you can see a long hallway there. That's a main living space that's just off our kitchen. One of the bedrooms tried to show a little bit of the flooring. Those little pictures on there are what the windows look like. They're just really in need of repair and replacement. Next slide. Anything I'm missing? Okay. Shower room and bathroom. So some of our rooms do have an individualized bathroom in there, which you can see off to the photo on the right. But a lot of our kids do need to shower in the shower room, and it's just really not conducive to, we serve boys and girls, males and female, and so while there's 3 showers in there, it doesn't realistically get used 3 kids at a time. We have a lot of protocols in place to keep our kids safe, and so it's just not really functional for what we need, and it's also very worn and dated, and as you can see, not like, hey, I would love for my kid to use that space when they need to practice daily hygiene. Next slide, that's our kitchen. We've been able to update pieces of it, but as we're doing some facility planning at our agency and looking forward of how do we care really well for our kids, having a kitchen that is updated and easy to clean and easy to maintain, and that we can also involve our kids more easily in food preparation. It's an important life skill for them, so that's another part of the larger facility planning we're doing as a part of this application. Community Development Block Grant, specifically Chairman Bittinger asked that we just kind of talk through very quickly what is involved with this. So Crittenden Center would assume all the responsibilities as far as writing and finishing the application itself. Woodbury would be the applicant, and if awarded, Crittenden Center would be the subrecipient. So there's some public notice requirements within there. There's some federal assurances as far as your typical procurement policies, those sorts of things that have to happen. A formal agreement between Woodbury and Crittenden Center, that's not what today is. Today we just wanted to ensure that we could move forward and provide you with some information on that. And then you can read there some of the specific things that we have to include as a part of the application. Just a quick timeline, we are hoping that we can move things forward relatively quickly and be starting some of the work on this project this summer. Today, of course, that first meeting on that, hoping to move in by the end of March, the public notice and public hearing, so we can also be submitting the application during the month of March. It's a little bit of an aggressive timeline, but as you, it's manageable. We've been working with the state or with the Economic Development Authority, like I said, as some technical assistance. We have some of the language drafted, and we're working with a local architect on what the facility designs would be, at least at a preliminary level, so that we can submit the application. I think
you got it all.
Yeah. Any questions?
Yes, question right. So we'd be the pass-through, just so everyone knows, yeah.
Essentially,
Yeah, we're the
yes.
pass-through,
Yes,
yeah. We've done this with some other agencies, yeah. The only thing that might, on the financial impact, there is the, notice the publications for the public hearings. So that's something we have to work out who pays for that. And we pay, it's a minimal cost, but could we use maybe some gaming funds and just pay for that minimal cost, because it's a big grant and it'd be beneficial, help our local agency and help our teenagers here in the community that are in a hard situation. But other than that, from what I understand, Christine, there's no other really financial impact for the county.
No.
There's not anything, correct, Bo, right? There's nothing else we have to pay for other than the public hearing publication.
Right. I would be very supportive of, covering the cost for notice if you guys get this grant. I think that's a wonderful thing, and I know you guys are working with the Mobile group to get a daycare out there, and my wife's on that committee, and I know a lot of the other ladies on that committee, and they have had absolutely nothing but incredible things to say about the Crittenden Center and what you've brought to the table for them and the work that you do. And so I wanted to say thank you for your work on that, but then also your work on all this other stuff too. And I sincerely hope that you're successful with this grant and continue to be successful in your work, because it is making a positive impact, not just here, but regionally too. So, but I would definitely be supportive of this, of us being a pass-through, and then I would be supportive in the future of finding a way to cover the cost of the public notice, so.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion or questions? All right, well, I'll make that motion. So today's motion is just, you'll see it in the backup, it's just the motion to proceed with the Clinton Center gathering necessary information to potentially submit an application for a community facilities and services grant at a later time with Woodbury County as the local government partner. And so that's what the motion is. So I would move that.
Second.
All right, motion by Bittinger, second by Nelson. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right.
All right, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming today, presenting. All right, on to item number 14, any reports on committee meetings?
Sure.
Good.
I attended the ISAC statewide supervisors meeting. There was quite a bit of discussion on Senate File 92 and 74. First one was introduced the other week regarding eminent domain. It was basically, my understanding is it's a straight up ban on it for the pipeline project, and it's effective upon enactment. This is due to probably some electoral outcomes and elections having consequences, and the Senate side hasn't really been our biggest partner as far as counties go with protecting from eminent domain. So now there's been a complete shift, and they're sponsoring this. The other one is for pipeline surveyor restrictions, requiring surveyor at least 10 days notice before going on their ground. All the supervisors were supportive. I think that's a fair statement. ISAC's certainly lobbying for these two Senate files. Also, a reminder on hybrid meetings. With new legislation, it is now required to provide accommodation for governing board members to participate electronically if they're not present, as we have one supervisor on the phone right now. Woodbury County has certainly been ahead of the curve on this. We did get an email from a constituent last month, I believe, that wanted us to prohibit some board members from calling in certain situations. That is now illegal. So if we would like to do our jobs, that is, we are allowed to do that. So that's great news.
That's good.
Mental health was also a topic. We heard from leadership there. I don't know what to say about the state's planning process here, to be honest. It's come full circle. It'll probably continue to circle until, I don't know exactly until what. Counties are not all the same. Cities are not all the same. We know that. We have Sioux City, we have smaller communities, but when you have a whole state and you're trying to draw these arbitrary lines, there was some discussion with the secretary from our affiliate that was just reminding them of the impact of the legislation and the change that's coming up July 1. Also discussion on the fact that maybe they should think about governance boards might have to continue to meet to approve claims even after this thing is formally changed. So it's not as easy as flipping a light switch, but we did get a nice PowerPoint presentation from the state. So
That's good, yeah.
yeah.
That was Matthew, in our last Rolling Hills governance meeting, that was brought up too, about paying claims after the deadline, the dissolving date. So how do you do that? So it's a real reality.
And I don't think there's any answer back for that. It was just thanks for that thought.
Yep.
We'll incorporate that into our next law. Mm-hmm. Obviously, House File 718 as well. Fixes for that are supported by the supervisor's affiliate, but at this point, things are done. And we as a association are just focused on how do we mitigate the damages to our budget process and make sure that anything that's put forward targets, particular issues or particular regions or counties even. In Woodbury County, we've lowered or kept the levy the same for 10 years, and now it's And now that we did all the hard work, now it's basically the law to reduce certain levies. So it's obviously was a one-size-fits-all approach, and there's a lot of unintended consequences for the minimum levies related to secondary road funding. I heard from a lot of other counties and things like that. Just unintended consequences for secondary roads is way up there, in addition to some of the problems they have and issues they have and additional funding needs they have for maintenance on pathways to wind turbines, if counties did choose to go that route. There's a lot of cost that comes with that that's not necessarily funded by anybody. So that's all I got.
All right, thank you.
And when you talk about the rural basic, today we went through the sheriff's budget and we had, patrol, which wasn't quite rural, but I think that was like a $1.5 million line item. And that's something that, we're not required by code to provide day and night patrol,
Right.
whether on the roadways or in communities. And I sit in a lot of these city council meetings that it's amazing, in a month's time, how many criminal, things they intercept in these communities. But that's something that it's not required by code, and that's something that they're looking at wanting to tackle, which is concerning, because I like to think that if there's illegal activity going on anywhere in the county, that we can have somebody there with a quick response. And then same with the paramedics that we have. We've got several communities that the county staff is basically running the ambulance service for some of those communities, and that's also not required by code. So there's some concerns that I have. Just secondary roads, I think a lot of this is going to affect a lot of the rural residents the most. And unintended consequences are the right words, Matthew, and I guess until then, we'll try to abide by the law as best we can, and we will hope for the best.
Yeah. Well said.
I do not have anything to report otherwise on committees.
All right. All right, I've got nothing. I have no meetings last week. All right, citizen concerns, item 14.
Doyle Turner, 2738 200th Street, Mobile. Matthew, I've just got a question. So is ISAC not planning to push to change 718 anymore?
No, they are.
Okay.
It's just, the involvement of the legislators is a little bit lowered when you don't invite them with solutions to fix, rather than just say, throw the whole thing out. Things are just so embedded already that things need to be rolled back, I would say. So very interested, yes, in rolling back the impacts is the best way I can say it.
Okay, because Mark Nahara did have a set of things that they could do that made a lot of sense to me, and it seemed like the politicians that I had talked to, it made a lot of sense to them. I wonder if we get a hold of Mark, if we could spur that conversation down in Des Moines again.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew. Mark, didn't Mark? I believe he submitted that, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he submitted the ISAC and to the leadership already. He said this is.
Well, it sounds like they need to be reminded that it's there. So I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Doyle. All right. Anybody else? Any other citizens? All right. All right. Any board concerns? Okay. All right. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.